I want to welcome everyone here tonight. At this time, I will call to order the May 12th, 2026 York County Council special called meeting. This will be for our budget public workshop. We're starting off really well. At this time, I'm going to start us off with the invocation and pledge of allegiance. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for the many blessings that you've given to us in this county, to live in a nation where we govern ourselves and have the ability to get together and collectively meet to discuss our futures is something that we are all blessed and very thankful to be in. Lord, we ask you to protect those who serve us in uniform locally, in state, and abroad, and we ask that you give protection to their families. At this time, as we take up the matters before us tonight, we ask for your wisdom and guidance, that you would help us to make wise decisions, and that our decisions would be in the best interest of our community and glorifying to you. In Jesus' name, amen.
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 I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. First of all, I do have to say it's always nice when you have a group of folks that shows up to these meetings. Oftentimes, we come and have a budget public hearing and there's nobody here. So we do appreciate you all for coming out. I will share with you the process is a little bit different this year. The manager has put us in. We're going to be having the public hearing now. Previously, we would have had the opportunity for agencies to come speak to us ahead of that in a separate, but we've combined those. And so some folks have asked me ahead of the meeting, how is this going to work? Is it different? And yes, it is going to be different because this is a public hearing. And this is a situation where we have no choice but to pass a budget, right? So I'm not going to ask you, are you here in support of a budget or are you here against a budget? Because we have to pass a budget. What I will do is I will simply open the floor to anyone who wants to address the council about the budget once I read out our discussion here. And then what I will also ask is, this is a little bit different. So when you come, our job is to sit here and listen. That's what a public hearing is for. It's for us to listen to your questions. We will have a workshop immediately after this once we complete the public hearing. That would be the time for council to ask questions of management. Sometimes, a question or two to an agency might be warranted, but typically the process is you come, you share with us your information, we receive that information, and then we address it within the budget, the workshop. So let me read this out. Council to hold a public hearing on an ordinance to establish the operating and capital budgets for the operation of the county government of York County for the fiscal year commencing July 1st, 2026, to provide for the levy of taxes for York County for the fiscal year commencing July 1st, 2026, to provide for the expenditure of tax revenues and other county funds, to establish a consolidated fee schedule for all existing county fees relative to the operation of county government, its boards, agencies, and departments, and to provide for other matters relating thereto. So at this time, I will open the public hearing, and anyone who wishes to come and speak, if you will please come forward to the podium, if you'll state your name and give your address before you start speaking, and we appreciate you being here.
Good evening. I'm Julie Ward. I am the director of the York County Library. It's nice to see everybody again. I am just going to, if you'll look at, well, don't look at the screen. I think you have it in front of you. I just want to go over very quickly the community impact that the money that we have been funded over the last year has made, just to let you know that we've done some fantastic things and reached a lot of people. We are talking about the number of materials that we have, physical materials. We have connected users to stories and ideas by 924,351 people checking physical materials out. Our DVDs and CDs are 89,934. That's a lot of business. You might be interested to know that our virtual library is expanding in use as well. While physical materials are still important, everybody loves the choice of a virtual library where you can check out not only ebooks, but audiobooks and films and TV series and magazines. And then we have some other things that you can check out with the budget that we have, which are video games for families. That's a new one. You can check out hotspots. You can check out puzzles. And then you can check out things like hobby kits that we have where you can get little things for gardens or baking. So we like to offer a lot of things to our community that successfully check out. And we also have a lot of visitors. We have 450,536 visitors over last year. And then Wi-Fi sessions are people who use the Wi-Fi internally and sometimes in our parking lot. And the people who accessed our Wi-Fi last year were 114,578 people. And then I will leave you with some numbers about our programs, which a lot of our budget goes to. We're very proud of our programs, and we put them on for all ages. Last year alone, we put on 2,274 sessions, and 52,619 people attended them. So thank you very much for your past support, and I hope that we will be able to continue this support in the coming year. I'd like to introduce our board treasurer, Dennis Getter, who will walk you through our budget request, and let you know that Pam Myler, our finance manager, is here as well. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. This has been a real special year for the library, as you know. We did some heavy lifting. We accomplished a new book collection policy, which was quite, in the beginning, quite controversial, and now has really no controversy associated with it all. So I think we wrote a very, very good policy and are looking at other policies. The other aspect that we're doing, as you know, is strategic planning, where we're talking about, we're right now in the process of a survey, which I hope you've all filled out. We're going to be hiring a consultant to do some location identification for us, because as we all know here, we don't need a consultant to tell us that we need more libraries as we grow the county. So that's part of the plan, and actually you're going to see it in the budget. We're looking at number one, in terms of low-hanging fruit, which same story last year, try to move the economic development out of the Baxter location to give us more library space. And then we're waiting for the consultant to come through and indicate the library numbers of new libraries and locations which will best serve this community. So I'd like to go quickly through the budget right now. We are presenting a balanced budget. And the revenues, again, are somewhat set by our mill rate and the number of mills that we get. And you'll see the county appropriations are in the $10 million area now, so we're talking a pretty big enterprise, with other monies coming in totaling a little over a $11 million operation. Our personnel expenditures and salaries, and again, we're heavily personnel oriented, as you can tell from the $6 million budget out of 11 going to personnel. Our other expenditures are all kind of in line with normal expenses, with the increase that was allowed in the mill rate to be passed on. And a high point will be, you'll notice that this is a year we're spending over $2 million in library books and materials. And again, you could say, well, the library's filling up, and the answer is yes, they are, but we have a lot of books, as you know, out, and that's the purpose of the library, to give people a chance of literacy. So we have a lot of books, obviously, in circulation, which again allows us to continue to buy new materials. However, we do have a weeding process where older ones are discarded. So the libraries right now are full, very well overutilized. And again, we'll get into the development of some buildings here in the next slide. This is the most significant change you're going to see from last year. Again, as the county grows, we're benefited with more funds. but you can tell where we are putting our money right now. We are really desperately telling the council we want to have more buildings. So in order to kind of start the seed, as you want to call it, put the seed money in, this is the first year we're actually starting a building and renovation fund, and we're funding that with over $1 million, which is about 10% of our budget. So the idea with that fund is when the, if and when the economic development moves out of the Baxter area, we'll have funds available to immediately renovate that area, though we're talking about some minimal renovation. And we're also talking about having some seed money available that if locations are identified, land needs to be purchased, we'll have some money to move rather quickly. We are trying to say we're going to look at something in Fort Mill, and I tell you, every day there's less land available to buy in Fort Mill, as you all know. So hopefully that'll be identified and we'll be able to move. Obviously, this is all going to take your approval, but we won't be having to say, where are we going to get the funds? We also have some money, as you know, set aside that's indicated from our not using our full allocation over the years. So we have a little fund there, and as you know, we have an adequate fund balance, which also allows us to draw funds. But again, I don't want to speak for the Strategic Planning Committee, then they'll be presenting, obviously, something to council when and if the time is right. So in conclusion, we are presenting a balanced budget this year of $11,700,000, and thank you for all your support.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else who wishes to address the council, you can just move forward and.
Thank you, Council, for having us tonight. I'm Dean Fell, President and CEO of the York County Chamber of Commerce and Chamber Foundation. 5 years ago, I was hired to come in and repivot our organization to focus more on the needs of business, specifically as it relates to their economic health and their number one priority, which is finding a sustainable, quality, and available workforce. So we began that work with the assistance of council, providing us some seed funding over 3 years, and we've completed that 3-year work to build that model out. That model has been highly successful. On the screen, you can see some outcomes and ROI of that work already. We have partnerships with all 4 of our school districts that we do work with in career awareness and different programs you'll hear Celeste talk about in a minute. We have a partnership with Winthrop University's Honors College. We helped them spearhead that. We were instrumental in bringing Laurel Institute to the Fort Mill TK campus that they have, and that's, you can see the property tax collected from them down at the bottom of right at $300,000 now and growing. We assisted Atrium Health with the York Tech Nursing Pathway, and they've hired 29 nurses that are York County residents already to the Pineville Hospital through that particular effort. And we see several others. So far, the ROI on that work over the past 3 years is a $5.6 million of annual wages already created and an annual revenue generated to York County's economy of $8 million. From that, we have moved forward with developing a 5-year strategic plan. And we've provided the packets, and y'all have the packets there in front of you that lay out that 5-year plan. In that 5-year plan, it will allow us to expand the work that we've already begun. So this is not new work. This is not something that hasn't been tried and tested. It is simply expanding on the work that we've already created. I'll point out that the model that we have put in place and have begun, we've got communities across the Carolinas that are beginning to duplicate or replicate that work. The Columbia metro area and their chamber has hired someone to do similar work. One, Spartanburg, has hired someone in Spartanburg to do similar work. The Charleston Metro has hired someone to do similar work. Wilmington, North Carolina has, and I could go on and on. I point that out because we all know that talent is the foremost need of every business that's looking to locate here or they're already here. And if we don't do this work and do it well, we're going to lose to the competition. And what I'm proposing to you is to continue to be a partner with us and help us fund the next 5 years. Our next 5 years budget of this work is $300,000 a year. We have 2/3 of that already secured, and we'd like this county to help us with the other 1/3. So it's a small investment for work that needs to be done, in my opinion. And I'd like for Celeste to go through some details of that 5-year plan, so you really kind of understand the scope of the work. So thank you, Celeste.
Good evening. I was here the last few years, kind of giving you an update on what we've got going on, and it's pretty impressive of how far we have come. So our entire goal and purpose for existing through the LIFT Foundation is to bring education, business, and workforce partners together to create a high-quality, sustainable workforce solutions for the entire county. And so we have done that in several different ways. One, looking at advocacy, what are those issues that are surrounding the barriers for our workforce to actually be employed? Looking at each individual sector that's important to the county as far as the industries that are coming in, and we'll talk about that before we're done. Going into companies specifically and having that one-on-one conversation to make sure that they are able to expand, they have the capacity they need, especially in that human capital piece. And then the programming piece. So we'll talk about those. Just wanted to give you a little bit of a sample. When Dean was kind of talking about working with all the school districts, there's a lot of people in this space, a lot of partners that we're working with. This is just a sample of the entire ecosystem that we're working with, both from state, public, local entities, our K through 12, public and private, and then of course our post-secondary training facilities. So there's a lot of people working in this space, and we're proudly the conduit that's making a lot of these things happen. I wanted to show you this because when we set out on this journey, we were trying to figure out what does our space in this look like. So we wanted to make sure that we were looking at it from the suppliers of talent, whoever that might be, and the users of talent. This value stream that we've created, we've decided and tried to figure out where do our programmatic work, what are the holes, what fits, what's needed, what are our schools needing help with, what are our employers needing help with, how do we bridge those gaps? And so we've put this together. I wanted to be able to show it to you that we're doing programming from the career or wellness side of things to career exploration and preparedness, all the way to the recruitment and retention and onboarding of our employees. So that value stream, we're looking from the beginning when they go into the education to get prepared, all the way until retirement. We've broken LIFT, which is our Leadership Institute for Talent, into 2 components. One being our education partner programs, and there's a list of those for you. I will not go through all those for you tonight. I am going to talk about one specifically, and that is WOW. WOW is the world of work. As we were working with our middle school counselors and our middle school principals, we were hearing that they were not ready, the students were not ready to go into high school and make that decision on what was that career, what was that path they wanted to go down. As we all know, in 8th grade, our students have to do an IGP, or an individual graduation plan, but our students had not been able to touch and feel, what does the career clusters look like? What does the world of work actually look like? And so we have actually taken this model with their help and assistance, the guidance counselors, and we have taken a middle school conference to them called the World of Work. And what we do is we have based it on the 14 career clusters that the state of South Carolina has adopted. This is actually an example that we did at York Middle School, so actually taking it into every single middle school in the county. We have already reached over 1,600 middle school students just in the last 3 months. And so these students are meeting businesses that are in their backyard. So if we're in York, we're working with York businesses. If we're in Clover or Lake Wylie, we're working with Clover and Lake Wylie businesses. So we want these students to understand it's more than what they can see on TV, what their mom or family member has done, and more than what they drive by. We want them to know what's available, what their options are. This will continue into the fall, and it will continue into the spring as well. The other piece of this that we've broken into is our talent and recruitment and retention. That other part of the value stream, Matt, right, from onboarding all the way into the retention. And so we've been working on this, but I wanted to highlight something that we're going to be focusing on in the fall, which is what we now have the capacity. We've hired Dylan Bolton through the funds that we've been able to raise and your contributions as well to be able to expand this work. And because of that, we actually are moving into our sector strategy work. So working specifically with our industry partners and understanding what is their needs. What's their demand for talent? What's the supply of talent? How do we create their job descriptions? How do we reach back further into the K through 12 and that higher ed pipeline to create that sustainable workforce for them? So some people ask us why the sector strategy, why is that important to us? Well, it's data driven, right? And it's employer led. And so they're making the decisions and they're doing all of the work through a structured process. These are our industry focus areas, so advanced manufacturing, hospitality, healthcare, our fintech professional services, and of course, our small businesses. And we are launching this and kicking it off in September during Workforce Development Month at our conference Talent Flow. Okay, all right. So that's what I have for you today. Dean, anything additional for us? All right, perfect. Thank you all so much for listening to us.
Thank you, Dean and Celeste.
Good evening. I'm Darren Wilson, and this is Dr. Christina Dickey from the Rock Hill School District. I currently serve as an Assistant Superintendent of Operations with the district. Dr. Dickey serves as the
Assistant Superintendent of School Performance and
Thank you.
Accountability.
We're here tonight just to discuss a little bit about a hidden gem that's in our district, the Applied Technology Center. We are super proud of what our Applied Technology Center does for the county and the pathway that it leads to support our workforce development. Applied Technology Center prepares students for occupational pathways that lead directly into the workforce. And I'm going to let Dr. Dickey discuss a little bit about the pathways that we currently have.
And the previous presentation was the perfect segue
Perfect
into
segue.
what we wanted to talk about tonight. But as the need for workforce development increases, so does the need for unique learning pathways and course offerings for our students. And in Rock Hill Schools, our current offerings and our current needs are already beyond capacity. We received nearly 3,000 requests to participate in the various courses that are offered at ATC this year. And although we will be expanding our offerings by 2 courses next year, we still have to turn away hundreds of kids just because we don't yet have the capacity to accommodate all of the needs. We know that we want our students to meet the profile of the South Carolina graduate, and in Rock Hill Schools, we want our students to leave not only with a diploma, but with something else, a certification, a credential, an associate's degree. So really making sure that we're providing those opportunities to make sure that they're college, career, military, and life ready is extremely important to us, and that is our commitment.
Okay. We are very early in the stages of evaluating our capital needs within the district, and the new career center would be in that discussion. That is one of the things that we are really focusing on. Our plans would be for that, or our goal with that would be for the programs to house programs that are directly in line with the York County economic development. We want to support that as best we can. We're not here tonight to ask for anything. We simply want to put this on your radar and make sure that you are aware that the district is in desire of a partnership with York County Economic Development as we move forward and pursue this endeavor. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate you coming out.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is John Lee. I live at 1398 Secret Path Drive in Fort Mill. This is a public hearing, I'm confused by the layout.
It's the budget public hearing.
Okay.
Related to our budget.
Okay,
yes.
perfect. So first, I'd like to thank the many dedicated county employees who serve our community every day, often in difficult and dangerous jobs. The fire departments that are represented behind me particularly, thank you. The concerns I outlined today are not directed at their service, but rather at the tone and leadership coming from the top levels of the county administration. Citizens are tired of watching this county government spend more money while delivering less accountability, less transparency, and a declining quality of life. The budget rollout perfectly captures the problem. It was a polished 200-page budget book. But as Council Chair accurately pointed out last week, this was just the appearance of transparency with none of the actual transparency. The visceral reaction from the public was not caused by a Facebook graphic, nor by a lack of understanding of governmental fund accounting. It was caused by years of destructive decisions and actions that have shattered public trust. Citizens continue watching roads, infrastructure, and core public needs deteriorate, while county management devotes their attention and taxpayer-funded resources toward the advancement of corporate interests. Throwing more taxpayer money into a dysfunctional government body is not bold or courageous leadership. Without reform, additional funding into this administrative government will only further erode the public's confidence in the governance of York County. At some point, this council has to decide whether it wants to keep managing the chaos or finally confront the bureaucracy that has been weaponized
against the very community council claims to serve. I'll conclude with this one simple thought that is shared widely across the community that I live in. Time will not heal the things that should have never begun. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. So one of the things that we also ask in our public hearings, I neglected to say at the outset, and it is, in order for this to be a safe space for anyone to come and express an opinion, whether it's something that is embraced by a large majority of the community or whether it's a single opinion, one of the things that's very important to this council is that everyone feel welcome and feel safe to come here and speak. What we'll ask folks to do in that vein is please refrain from clapping and also refrain from booing. If you are here with a group that wants to be recognized, you can certainly say, hey, we're here, we have the same message. They can stand up. We find that that's just a better way to keep decorum and ensure that everyone feels safe. If they have an opinion that's different than what the majority is here, that's the way we approach that. So we ask for you to respect that rule.
All right, good evening. I'm Todd Wisner, Fire Chief of Flint Hill. Did you all get a packet from Karen from me earlier? Did you guys receive one?
You're talking about it's on our
They
podium.
got one? All right. Perfect, thank you. This request is not because the department is failing. Our firefighters show up every day and do outstanding work. We are here because Flint Hill Fire Department is planning ahead and want to be proactive into the future, coming up with a cooperative partnership with York County. Our goal is simple. As our economy, or as our community continues to grow, we want to make sure our emergency services remain strong, reliable, safe, and maintain a level of service our residents expect. All right, Flint Hill Fire Department is one of the fastest growing areas in the county. Flint Hill is not seeking to reduce the service or disrupt community relationships. We are seeking a cooperative partnership that strengthens long-term stability, firefighter safety, and emergency response capabilities. Our current service area includes approximately 33,000 citizens and over 1,000 businesses, both residential and commercial. We are no longer in a low-density suburban district. Our response area includes significant vertical heights and high-risk developments. All right, we protect 42 buildings that are over 100,000 square feet. We respond to multiple 5-story buildings, over 40 large 3-story apartment complexes, manufacturing plants, hotels, and a lot of major regional employers like Carowinds, Black & Decker, Ross, Britex, and the Schaeffler Group. These type of buildings increase emergency risk and require staffing and equipment models similar to that of an urban fire department. Our call volume is continuing to rise. We are the second busiest department in the county, with Rock Hill being the first. In 2024, we responded to 2,886 incidents. In 25, we responded to 3,600 incidents. Basically, we respond to 1 out of every 5 incidents in York County. All right? We also have a 16.5% increase in calls between 24 and 25. All right, put that in perspective, York County Fire has had 10% throughout the whole county. All right, one of the big issues we've had in 25 is we've had both of our engine companies tied up on a call 463 times. I mean, engine 1's on a call, a few minutes later, engine 2's on the call, and now there's no protection in the district, except for mutual aid, which is for fires only. There are no medical backups at that point. All right? This creates a real risk, delayed responses, rely on our mutual aid for district, which pulls them out of their area, and unit available dispatching. All right? Despite the challenges, we did have 4 confirmed CPR saves in 25, where those citizens are with their families today. With all this being said, our staffing model has not grown at the same pace as our call volume. All right, right now we currently operate with 21 full-time firefighters, 13 part-time firefighters. That's basically on our daily staffing. That's 4 on one engine, 3 on another. When we have personnel, we will try to put our ladder in service. All right. Our current staffing model relies heavily on overtime, part-time staffing, and operational flexibility, which this model becomes increasingly difficult to sustain as call volume rises and members are taking vacation and calling out sick. The NFPA standard says there should be a minimum of 4 firefighters on an engine or ladder for response. Unless you're considered an urban area, then it's 5 is the recommendation. All right, and they're also recommending that we get 16 firefighters to show up on scene of a normal single-family dwelling. Right now, Flint Hill is averaging 13 firefighters, and that's counting our mutual aid partners. When we fall below the threshold, it increases both the risk for the citizens and the firefighters responding to the emergencies, impacts of firefighter safety, rescue capabilities, and overall response effectiveness during the incident. And it also can possibly open us up to legal and liability exposure following any serious incidents. One of the big reasons we are seeking a partnership with the county is funding to staff our ladder in 25 and 26, or 26 and 27. As density increases, aerial apparatus becomes essential. It's not an option no more. Over the past 2 years, we responded to 14 possible structure fires and did not have a ladder on any of those structure fires, with 8 of them being apartment complexes. This is not sustainable in a district with multi-story residential, commercial, and industrial buildings. A ladder truck now is not a luxury item or a shiny tool that's locked up in a bay. It becomes a critical safety piece of equipment. Ladder access saves lives and improves firefighter safety, and it also extinguishes fires when we can no longer get a hose line in play. So what has been the roadback for this over this whole time, right? Of course, it's funding. Flint Hill has been capped at a 10 mil cap now for 6 years. We've only been able to increase our budget with the value of the mill going up. We have maximized local revenue options, but the rising costs of personnel and operational costs cannot be absorbed. Our operational stability is dependent on 2 things right now: continue taking money out of fund balance and the direct assistance the county provides us. Our upcoming 26-27 operating budget was set for $3 million, which is 91% personnel cost. That's 9% on operating cost. Because our budget's so tight, we requested $260,000 to come out of fund balance, which gave us an operating budget of $3.2 million. You figure in the $144,000 that we get at direct assistance, we're looking at a $3.4 million budget, which now we've increased our operating cost to 20%. So we're looking at an 80% personnel, 20% operating cost, all right, which is not sustainable. Again, this is not a sustainable financial structure for growing district and leaves little flexibility for future staff growth. So as a county partnership, it's not just about funding. The proposal is about efficiency, consistency, and sustainability. A cooperative partnership would stabilize long-term funding, improve our staffing reliability, enhance firefighter and public safety, and reduce administrative duplication. All right, so administrative services that we have to provide right now are HR. We provide payroll, we provide benefits, we are the IT, we are the risk management, and all this takes away from us being leaders in the department and focusing on the vision and the strategic plan as a fire department. We do all those things ourselves. Last year, we spent $10,000 in payroll. All right, it would be nice to have HR, but the cost of providing HR is astronomical. So we're using tax dollars to pay for payroll. Might have to look at tax dollars to pay for HR to give us protection. I am not an expert when it comes to all the FLSA rules, FMLA rules, disability rules, all those things that I need to know. All right, so again, having HR experts helps prevent exposure to legal and liability issues, again, like the FMLA and FLSA laws. With a county partnership, what we'll see is faster and more consistent response times, better coverage during simultaneous calls, a lot safer operations, long-term service sustainability. So kind of in my closing, I want to emphasize that this proposal about planning ahead, protecting our community, and supporting the people who respond to emergencies. Flint Hill Fire Department has served this area with dedication and professionalism for many years. Our firefighters are well-trained, highly skilled, and committed to the people who live and work here. The request is not because the department is failing. It's because the community is growing faster and becoming more complex than our current structure was designed to support. We're responding to significantly more emergency calls, protecting larger and taller buildings, and dealing with risks that simply did not exist years ago. At the same time, we are operating within financial limits that make long-term sustainability a challenge. A cooperative partnership with York County offers a stable, responsible solution. It reduces duplication, improves coordination, and allows emergency services to be planned and funded in a way that is consistent with countywide growth. It also improves firefighter safety and ensures the public receives reliable emergency response when they need it most. For residents, it's important to be clear about what does and does not change. Flint Hill will still serve the citizens in the district and still have control of the day-to-day. The firefighters responding to emergencies remain the same dedicated professionals as they are today. The commitment to this community does not go away. It just becomes stronger and more sustainable with a cooperative partnership. What changes is our ability to meet future demands. Staffing becomes more reliable, equipment and resources are planned for long-term needs rather than short-term fixes. Emergency response becomes more coordinated across the county, especially during large or complex incidents. Growth brings opportunity, but it also brings responsibility. Ensuring that public safety keeps pace with that growth is essential. This proposal is about protecting lives, supporting firefighters, and making thoughtful decisions that will benefit this community for years to come. Thank you for your time, your consideration, and your support of the public safety in York County.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. My name is Taylor Thomas. I'm from Pathways Community Center, 424 Kills Avenue, Rock Hill, South Carolina. Thank you for your time tonight. For those not familiar with Pathways, Pathways is an 8-year-old nonprofit organization that was in Rock Hill but serves all of York County. On our campus, we have 16 independent nonprofits that are all working together to serve those in need in our community. Just last year, we served 7,000 residents of the county. 24,000 bags of grocery, 19,000 hot meals were provided, 140 people were housed thanks to the collaboration that happens on our campus. And what makes Pathways special is truly the collaboration on our campus that makes it happen. By all the things that are happening, we're reducing duplication of efforts. So our partners are working together and they agree not to provide a service that another partner is doing. We're making the life easier for the guests that we serve. We're one place to go that meets most of their needs, and we can help guide them and direct them. They're not having to traverse the county to find the resources that they need. But also, we're saving the county funds that when folks are not in the ER, when they're not in jail, when they're not needing the services of other folks, we're also cost savings to them as well. In our model, we are one big campus on a 100-year-old school building, West End Elementary School. And over the past 8 years, we've invested $2.2 million into upgrading that building. But unfortunately, a 100-year-old building still has its challenges. And last fall, we had a sewer line that went down in December. It was an emergency situation, and we had to come out of our reserves $150,000 to replace one sewer line from a terracotta pipe that had given up its life. We now have that same situation approaching us again and don't have the ability in our reserves to do that again. And so tonight we're asking for consideration for a one-time help of a campaign project on campus, a capital project to help us meet that need that serves so many in our county, in our community. And we're just thankful for the council's support. We don't receive any funds from the county council, but we do receive it from several of you that support us directly. So we're grateful for that support. But just all the impact that we have on our campus truly changes the lives of those in our community. And so many of these 16 nonprofits are depending on our building operating to be able to provide services. So we'd greatly appreciate any support. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I'm Arthur Black from here, excuse me, from here in York, which I refer to as the center of the universe. And I'm representing the Yorkville Agricultural and Education Society, and we're looking to raise and build and restore a local 120 acres. And I have with me Kristen Kunda. She is a Clemson Extension person, and she has 700 kids, and she's brought a contingency of them here tonight to see how government works. So I'm going to turn this over to her, and we've got a video, and I think it'll be pretty explanational for all of you.
All right, before we get started, I did want to recognize those who are here with us. So if you're here to support this project, if you'd stand or step forward, we have, get up, there you go, perfect. The Yorkville Agriculture and Education Society is here, members of the 4-H, members of the Soil and Water Conservation District, local churches, local police officers, the Nation Ford Land Trust, Clemson Extension, FFA, the York County Arts Council, the York County Beekeepers Association, the Farm Bureau, local farms, local businesses, and a lot of people in our community. This project is impacting a lot of individuals and not just our 4-Hers, and I just want to make sure that you're aware of there's a ton of support going on for this project. So the Yorkville Agriculture and Education Society seeks to acquire the York Place property and transform it into a strategic hub that honors the legacy of York County's agricultural heritage, expands public education opportunities, strengthens the local economic resilience, and enhances the rich history of the culture and region. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Once this is gone, we won't be able to preserve it again. And we're looking to really expand agricultural education, promote sustainability and economic development, and align it with the York County Comprehensive Plan and y'all's goals around the rural preservation, public recreation, workforce development, and balanced growth. And I will note that I was not supposed to give the presentation. Miss Brenda was prepared to be here, but unfortunately she had a family emergency, and I found out this morning that I was giving the presentation, so bear with me. We are looking to grow this property in a sustainable way with a shared vision. We're managing our growth responsibly while protecting the exceptional resources that we already have and preserving the unique character of York County. We do want to kind of mirror what the green space that we see in Fort Mill and we see in Rock Hill, but the city of York doesn't have anything like that. So to have 120 acres inside the city limits for the constituents who live in this area will be really, really awesome. And it's a huge opportunity for us to reach those outside of the county to come in here on the western side as well. York County's growth is largely concentrated on the east side, so this will kind of be on the western side, and it's just a really, really cool project. So I want to show you some more about it. So if you look around, we're experiencing a lot of growth, and whether you're positive growth or negative growth, whatever you believe, it's happening and everybody can see it. And because of that, we are losing a lot of our green space and our farmland that get children outdoors, get veterans outside. We have a partnership with the Fishing with Veterans. I don't know if they're society, but they're Fishing with Veterans. And they come out and can fish on our pond, and we're super excited to just see all the people that this project can impact here in the city. Okay. So this is what it looks like. It provides a unique opportunity to strengthen tourism, bringing existing sites at Kings Mountain and historic Brattonsville, and supporting local businesses in York's growing downtown. So it gives us an anchor point for agriculture, education, and ecotourism, filling the gap that currently exists west of Rock Hill. Currently, for the past almost 2 years, the 4-H has been using the property, and we're the only ones really on the property. And we have 740 kids now in our program. That is almost 4 times what any other county in South Carolina has. So we have a lot of kids enjoying these programs who need a space. This will also hopefully be a statewide footprint for the Clemson Extension, allowing them to grow into maybe a bigger space where they can host regional meetings. Clemson Extension does have research centers across the state, but we don't have anything in this area, so there's a gap in what Clemson Extension is providing that we can help with. And we plan to use the facility to its full potential, but being strategic in the growth and what we're doing, making sure those who are coming onto the campus are mission-minded with us to promote agriculture, education, and community. So imagine for a second when you step onto the property when the sun is rising, that there's a farmer's market that opens up for the community to come in and get fresh produce. Then around 8 o'clock, the preschool that's STEM focused opens up. The Child Development Center is there for our children to learn and grow and eventually go into school. And then we have seniors who are coming onto the property to enjoy maybe an exercise class or maybe bingo or just gardening, and that happens around 10 o'clock, and then maybe we have a fitness class. Then in the afternoon, the Clemson Extension will provide programs such as the Master Gardeners, or we can work with the beekeepers, or we do rural health and diabetes classes, so those kind of educational opportunities could be offered. And then we will also have opportunities for after-school care as well. So we have a gymnasium and a couple other buildings where kids will come after they're done with school and continue being able to enjoy the property. And the nice thing is that this already exists on the property. Some of y'all have been there. It's wonderful. And so all we really need to do is purchase it and then just kind of refurbish and paint some walls and things. So if you've been out there, you know it's 120 acres, 16 buildings. It was a Kings Mountain Military Academy turned into an orphanage and for the Episcopal Church, and then a home for the emotionally challenged children. And then since 2015, it seems like nothing's been going on. And in the past 2 years, 4-H has kind of used it. We are putting it in a conservation easement, so about 80 acres of the property will go into a conservation easement and will never be developed. We're hoping to add some trails, maybe a picnic shelter around the pond, but an opportunity for our community to get outside and do green space. And then the other 15 acres or so is developed currently, but we're going to strategically place people in the buildings that align with our mission and maybe develop something that would benefit the community eventually, but really not looking to develop anything, just kind of preserve what we have. So I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Arthur Black to finish us up. Yeah? Yes.
This has been a journey for all of us. It's we've taught the upstate Episcopal Diocese into selling us the property for $4 million, which is a real buy. And when we got started with them, we didn't know what fundraising was all about, but we are learning pretty quickly now. Once we get it purchased, that's when the imaginations can start for this deal. That it's going to be for our community, for young people, older people, and all in between, and folks that have a lot of interest in how things used to be in York. I'm a fifth-generation farmer here in York, and I take a lot of interest in this. It will enhance the minds of all the many people that are coming to York in York County, and as said before, we can't stop that, but we'd like to enhance the growth. Let's make this a place that more people that are coming in can say, this is home, this is York, this is the center of the universe. And with y'all's help and restoration of $800,000 or $1 million or $2 million, if we could find it, we think we can get all this done, and we really appreciate your interest, your time, and your effort in helping us get this project going. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. My name's Peter McVeigh. I live at 907 Lake Club Drive, and I have the good fortune to be the chair of the Newport Fire Tax Board. And I'm here to address the rural fire tax millage increase that was requested. And apparently it was 1 mil and it's been cut in half. You heard Todd from Flint Hill. A lot of what he has to say pertains to every single fire department in this county. There are 16 volunteer fire departments. They're all dependent on outside funding. Some of it has to come from the county, some comes from the state, other donations, and then of course we have the tax boards for several of the departments. Newport Fire Department is the one about which I can speak. Our current chief, Carl Falk, has been with that department for 55 years. If you want to talk about dedication, that's an excellent example of it. We would not be where we are with the service that we provide today without his dedication. We have an ISO class of 4 that helps tremendously with everyone in the Newport Fire Tax District with our fire insurance rates. Requirements for the fire department, whether it be medical or emergency services, trees down, are going up every day, every month. It increases our cost. It increases the cost for all the rest of the departments in the county. We happen to be one of the fastest growing counties in the country. We're part of the fastest growing state in the country. Because of that, I don't believe that we can rely on increased businesses and increased assessments with new houses and new housing going in terms of building the county budget. I think it's time that we have to face, as all of us, that the county has to raise taxes here and there. It doesn't have to be drastic, but without raising the taxes, it is going to become drastic. Right now, the rural tax millage increase was 1. That represents something akin to $20 a year for a $500,000 house. Pardon me. Yeah. If you look at $1 million house, it's $40, and $1.5 million house, it's $60. $60 a year is the cost of a cup of Starbucks a month. If you cut that in half, it's half a cup of Starbucks a month. It's nothing, in my opinion, in terms of an increase, and yet it will go a long ways towards providing equipment and services for this county in terms of fire support. We have a fire services department that is rapidly changing, has been increasing in its capabilities and its approach for the last 1.5 to 2 years with new county management. I do believe that it's time for all of us to realize that taxes can go up, but they don't need to go up drastically. If you look at the potential of fire services going down and the ISO rating going higher in numbers instead of staying stable or lower, it means increased fire insurance for people, and that's going to be a great deal more than $60 a year if your fire insurance goes up. We all know that our insurance rates have gone up drastically. I think as you look around, if you look at River Hills, they've had to turn over their emergency services to the county and Piedmont to provide them. They could no longer afford it. I ask that you consider replacing the $1 million increase for the rural fire tax budget. I think it's drastically needed. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. Andy Clinton with Visit York County. There he is. He was being really good. I promised him a milkshake if he stayed quiet, so he's doing pretty good right now. Just want to say, first off, just appreciate y'all's support. You guys know who I am, know our organization, know it pretty well. I've sent you guys presentations, our annual report. Many of you were at our Taste of Tourism event. So appreciate you guys, appreciate Josh. I think the great thing about tourism, our organization, is that you can really see the beauty of it. And it actually happened this past weekend. For Mother's Day, my wife, she had to figure out where all we were going. We started off at Black's Peaches. While we were there, we saw a baseball team. I had to Google them, see where they're from, youth baseball team. They're coming from Bluffton, South Carolina. They were here for a tournament. And my eyes are always open on tourism, right in front of my eyes, right? From there, we go to Carowinds, see the same thing, where we see multiple basketball teams at Carowinds, and they were here for a tournament. So it's great to always see that. I was actually going to point out a few people here, but they already left. But you had 3 different people with our destination guide, so I was going to point that out as well. So it's really cool to actually, it's one thing for me to just share numbers with you and talk about page views and sessions, but like, I'm visually seeing the impact of what we're doing. So once again, just want to say appreciate you guys, appreciate Josh. I'm starting to see some of these dots connecting between us and York County, whether that's the government side, whether it's with Lisa, whether it's with Mission Economic Development, Catherine Jones and Parks and Rec, but I'm seeing that synergy take place with all those organizations. So it's really cool to see some of that taking place. That's it for me. So we're going to go and grab a milkshake.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I'm going with them.
Good evening. My name is Adrienne Woods. I'm from Safe Passage. And before I start a little bit, we have a short 1-minute video for you all.
In the next 60 seconds,
a child will be hurt and no one will see it.
A sexual assault may happen and the person won't know where to turn.
A home will become unsafe behind closed doors.
Someone will need help and not know where to go.
But they don't have to face it alone.
There is a safe place. There are people who will listen. There are people who will act.
What happens next depends on us.
Safe Passage. There is hope in 2026. With you, for you.
Donate, volunteer, be the difference.
And I have a handout for you. I did not get it to Karen beforehand, but it talks about our stats and what we have been able to accomplish in 2025. And we could not have done that without the county council, honestly. I think I've told you this before, but when I talk to our sister agencies within this state, those organizations that provide domestic violence services, that provide sexual assault services, and that acts as a child advocacy center, most of them don't receive county funding. And we all understand that it's the constituents in this county that need that funding, that need those supports, that need therapy, that needs advocacy. You'll see in this report that we served over 714 children in our Child Advocacy Center, which means that 714 children may have been abused or neglected. We provided 378 forensic interviews. Our numbers have continually climbed each year. I estimate that we've seen a 15% increase in survivors of domestic violence, sexual assault, and child abuse and neglect seeking services. Last year, in York County alone, we provided services to 939 identified residents. When I say identified residents, there are some who won't identify the county, the city, anywhere, anything about their address. And people may find that strange, but it's a safety mechanism. If you're fleeing from domestic violence, if you're fleeing from sexual assault, you do not want your perpetrator to know where you live. Federal laws allow us, tell us, we cannot ask them, we cannot force them to provide that information. So I actually think if we're being, as 939 who've identified themselves as being a York County resident, it's probably closer to 1,300, honestly. 1,300 residents who needed services and who received services last year. We provided over 12,458 services. That's staggering. Oftentimes, I will come before you and tell you the stats for South Carolina, that 1 in 3 women during their lifetime will experience some type of intimate partner violence, and that 1 in 4 men. And when we talk about intimate partner violence, we're talking about stalking, harassment, emotional abuse, physical abuse, rape, sexual assaults. I can give you some of the stats from the county. If you go to SLED's website, their TOPS program, and last year, law enforcement, York County Sheriff's Department responded to 802 cases of domestic violence. Statistics show that the majority of people who are victims, men and women, will not call law enforcement. They won't do it. That 802 cases of domestic violence does not include what happened in Rock Hill, Fort Mill, any of the local police departments. Those stats are there, but I pulled out just York County. There were 59 cases of sexual assault and 82 cases of family violence where juveniles were injured, 7 cases of intimate partner violence for juveniles. And those are just the statistics. The numbers bear out the fact that we need services in this county, and we need for those services to continue. I've listed some of our challenges and our achievements, but what I really want to focus on is the fact that our constituents need services, and services should not cost them. It shouldn't cost you $1,000 or $500 or $150 per session for a therapist to help you deal with the trauma that you've experienced. Victims should not have to pay for those services, and we don't charge them. We don't charge them for anything. We were able to house in our emergency shelter last year 141 adults and children. What does that look like? That means you're coming in because you have nowhere else to go and that your life may depend on it. There are statistics that show emergency shelters, rapid rehousing programs actually saves lives of survivors. And that's just not men, just not women, excuse me. We actually serve men as well. On average, a shelter resident will stay 13 days. Some stay longer. And I'm going to end on this because not only do we do all these amazing things, and I'm biased, I'll admit I'm biased, but it's important. It means that we will stop generational problems on the front end. If we can get a child in counseling, last year we provided 403 child counseling sessions for free. We provided 688 adult counseling sessions for victims of domestic violence, sexual assault, and child abuse, so that they could move forward and heal, and that they would have someone who could do that with them. I don't know if you have any questions for me, but I'm going to end on that note that we have seen progress. We do it, and we do it well. I will put us up against, and that's the competitive part of me, put us up against any other domestic violence, sexual assault, or child abuse program in this state, and it's here located in York County.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Charles Palmeter, Bethel Fire Department. I'm a volunteer captain there. I'm also sitting on the board. I'm going to talk about the partnership with the county, some of the benefits that we see, the reason why we moved that way. One of the main things is what can we give to our community and give to our firefighters. As we know, I can tell you less than a year ago, I stood right here and took an oath and told you I'm going to do the best I can to protect our community. Well, I feel this program's the best we can do. What it does, it opens up benefits to the firefighters, and it also supplies faster times to the events, the fire, getting the apparatus out the door. The other thing it brings community to the fire station. Last year alone, we did 62 events where we brought the community in. The community needs to learn about the fire system. They do that through paid firefighters and volunteers. We are both. We work together. One thing that we have done and that we see the benefit is by the challenge of getting firefighters. There's not a fire lieutenant, captain, chief will tell you it's not a challenge to get a firefighter in your fire station because we all have different pay scales. So it is a competitive market to get your firefighters in the station. One thing that the county brings is a consistency down their future down the road, a consistency pay scale, and a progression to each staff from being an engineer to a lieutenant to a captain to a chief. They have programs and training that will bring to us. We have an HR department, which I'm not an HR person. Let me tell you, I've had some issues. So what it brings is the HR. It brings a professional legal. It trains us. It helps us keep our firefighters there. The goal is to be out there and protect our citizens, and that's what I think sometimes we forget. How much is a valuable citizen worth? So the worst thing that you can ever have is a piece of equipment, apparatus in your firehouse and no one to put in it. And sometimes that happened in our earlier. We have great volunteers. I'm one of them. But we all don't drive the apparatuses. So we had new equipment sitting there. They can't get out the door. By combining and working with the county and being a volunteer fire station, you now have the best situation you can have. We're out the door. And we're out the door 24/7. Our plan is to add 3 firefighters around the clock. We have successfully done that so far. We have openings. But to draw in firefighters, we need to partner with the county and bring in the benefits that you have to bring in the top-notch firefighters. And as this program matures and we balance out the pay, and there's a progression area, all firefighters will be paid the same. There will be not that competition anymore, because it's hard to get a good firefighter out there because they're all good. So with that, I'm going to keep this short. As we know, Bethel has now broke over 1,000 calls. We did 1,060 last year. We're on target to break it again. We are experiencing more and more houses going up. Getting through the area is hard, the roads. Sometimes people look at the siren, but they don't move to the side. But what the county can bring, I'm going to stay focused on that, it brings us the ability to give our community the best fire service you can have. And that's what it's about. When you lay your head on that pillow, who's going to come? And I'll tell you, with this program, and the firefighters I know that I've met through the counties, you can do that. But this program will help us even more. So thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the council. We want to thank the council for always being supportive of the fire service. Y'all got a hard job, and I wouldn't want nothing to do with it. It's hard for me to stand up here and say what I want to say with all fire departments that's been before me. I'm not coming up here with my hands out asking for anything. I'm just going to tell you the honest truth. A lot of people don't want to hear it. Communication is a big concern. The county has never had a meeting with all tax districts together at one time. This has been one-on-one, divide and conquer approach, leads to distrust and rumors. Some fire departments are offered things, but others not at all. It is open, it is not open and transparent, made known to all. Newport Fire Department, and I do want to make one correction. I might have misunderstood my tax chairman. I've been a member of Newport for 55 years, not 65. Fire department hadn't been organized but 72 years, but I've been around a long time. I've seen a lot, done a lot. But to get to where we are today, we followed one of the fire departments in the county, was Flint Hill. They was the first to get a special tax district. We seen what it could do. We got out and got one. When we got our tax district, could we see what the county was going to be at that time? No, we couldn't. But in the meantime, we rebuilt Station 1 and built 3 brand-new substations with very little money that we had. We have bought as many as 10 trucks of our own and replaced from time to time. Kind of have to take steps one at a time. You can't jump out here, leapfrog and jump and do what you think you need to do. You have to slow down sometimes on the money you got. But the first I ever heard of my fire department was nonsense, the wrong place, was when I heard the manager say on WRHI radio last week that there has never been any information from the county to me to that effect. You would think I would know this before it's advertised to the whole county. We never seen a plan as to how to get unified service, let alone have we had a meeting together to help work through this. I mean, it shocked me with some of the neighbors that called, wanted to know what's going on with Newport Fire Department. I said, I don't know. Yes, we're being overwhelmed by growth. I wish there was something that y'all could do about it. I know some of you's been to the state, but we really need to stop annexation. Because no matter how much you prepare a budget, city comes in and annexes, you lose that money. The fire department loses that money. I have been told from past managers in the county that the city is supposed to recoup the money that we lose. They're supposed to give it back to us. But one of the county managers was an assistant county manager. And she got to working on it. 3 months passed. I went back to her and asked her how it came. She said, I was told to keep my mouth shut. So that tells me there's something to it. And that's what a lot of departments in the county are facing is annexation. The Rural Fire Advisory Board asked for a copy of the line item budget for rural fire, and we never got it. We asked for it and never received it until it was posted online, that we got the line item budget. It's not fair or transparent to offer some districts more than others. I'm sure all fire departments could use free staff paid for by the rural fire tax that answers to the fire chief that has never been offered or discussed. I imagine every single fire department would want and need that. How is this fair and sustainable? Y'all go start hiring firemen to cover this county, you better get in your pockets real deep. I'm talking about millions of dollars. But my main question is, you got western departments that don't get as much as the center departments. How do you take money out of the rural fire tax that everybody pays but municipalities? How do you take that money out of the rural fire program and hire firemen to put somewhere else? Because you take from every fire department when you do that. And the western side, sure, they're not growing like everybody else, but growth's gonna come. Because once Newport fills up, York's already filling up, where's it going? It's going to the western side. They're gonna need more money too. But how do you take out of the rural fire tax and give to one department when the special tax districts was created to do over and beyond what the county can do for us? That's what the rural fire tax is for. Special fire tax, excuse me. That's what the special fire tax is for these departments. Yes, we're gonna need to do a referendum, and we're working on getting our information together to do it, because it's over and beyond what the county can supply. But now, if y'all got all this money, my hand's up, I'm reaching out, fill it. I want it. You go give to one, let's give it to all. No matter how many calls they answer, if it's 75 or it's 3,000, they all deserve the same thing. We've had an equipment plan, replacement plan for years, and it was rocking along good. We got to the point we was down to 1 fire truck a year. Fire chiefs voted against one of the county managers several years back. Council had a plan done. The study showed that we had too many fire trucks in this county. What happened? The county quit buying fire trucks. So now we're playing catch up, trying to buy them. But we don't have an updated policy at this time on replacement. We need to have that in writing and justify so all can understand it. What is the criteria to be met to get staffing help from the rural fire tax? We would like to know that, and it is transparent to all. Like I say, I've been in the fire service 55 years. I love it. I've seen a lot, done a lot of things I don't care to talk about. But we all got to come together. That's the only way we can make this thing work. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hey everybody, Scott Coconut, 122 West Oak Street in beautiful Whiteville Park neighborhood in downtown Fort Mill. Anyway, I'm here and I just don't know what to say. I don't know how months ago you did not direct staff. There will be no tax increases. So this is not staff's issue. Staff performed what they were designed to do. Council should have directed staff. It's an election year, y'all. There is no tax increases. And staff could have performed their duties. So you have wasted their time. You've wasted our money by not directing staff correctly months ago. And then to sit here at the last meeting and not inform staff what was coming at them, disgraceful. It's disgraceful how they were treated. It's just not how things work. I mean, there's no way that you can accept that you can, I mean, you just threw that on them. How are you going to manage that? It was, man, I've sat through 25 years of this, and I have never, ever seen staff being treated this way. That's along that line. So staff, I appreciate everything y'all have done. I hate we've wasted your time, wasted our taxpayer money on that. So that's how I feel about it. I do support the fire districts coming in for us. I support impact fees. Impact fees are growth paying for growth. We're getting fire districts in downtown Fort Mill. You know how we're getting them? Impact fees, not raising taxes. But that's what we need to do, look at that kind of stuff. But staff, once again, I feel sorry for y'all that you wasted your time like that. So thank you for your time.
Carrie Bishop, Rock Hill. Stop giving companies like New Indy, QTS, and Silfab a 4% tax, okay? They were at least paying 6%. We wouldn't have to cut the budget of these fine gentlemen or do impact fees. Millions and billions of dollars these companies make, and we just let them keep it while we pay the difference, while they pay the difference in suffering and not having benefits and things like that. It's a little ridiculous in my mind. Or better yet, they can pledge their investment now, give the money at the budget meeting, and we won't have to cut somebody's budget in half. For the very departments that are going to respond if there's a catastrophic event at these facilities with all their chemicals, with all their servers, all this other BS. Okay? Thanks.
Is there anyone else who wishes to address council in the public hearing? Seeing no one move, do we have a motion to close?
Motion to close public hearing. Second.
Motion and a second to close public hearing. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the public hearing is closed. So folks, just so I'll reiterate, the process today is not a day that council debates or determines any item. We don't vote on anything. We will after that, we'll take a quick break and then we'll resume with the county workshop where the council will have the opportunity to ask questions. In that forum, we will also not be taking any action. All of this was to receive information from the public through the public hearing process. So we do appreciate everyone coming out. As far as the public hearing is concerned, that is the only item of business that was for this special called meeting. So do we have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn. Second.
Motion and a second to adjourn. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned. At this time, we'll take a 5-minute break before our workshop. I will call to order the May 12th, 2026 County Council Workshop. We are starting an hour and a half later than we normally do, but we appreciate folks who are here to watch the workshop again. This is an opportunity for council to ask questions about matters related to the budget and budget follow-up. This is not the venue or the proper place for folks to debate issues or to make motions or to take action. We don't do that in this particular venue. All that we do is ask questions and get information. Is there anything that the management wishes to say before? The process that I think is the best way to allow this to move forward is if there are questions, and I know that a lot of us have been asking questions individually. I think the manager suggested that everyone who had questions send them collectively and that he would share them with the whole council.
Yes.
But
I have the-
I also have asked questions myself that I have sent. Certainly, there's that opportunity before we have second reading, which will be Monday, to have second reading on the budget then. Let's see. The way we're going to approach this is we'll allow each council member the floor to ask any questions that they want to ask or to follow up on that they don't believe that they've been able to get addressed before now or in other documents. And I think that's going to be the easiest way for us to approach that.
So I actually have slides that answer all of y'all's questions that you've asked me since the last meeting. So staff, we're prepared to go through, answer your questions and have a conversation. So Madam Chair, I think what we heard at the first reading was four of y'all very clearly share what you want to see. And that was the first time that I had heard that. But what we as staff has tried to do is listen to y'all and then think about how do we come back and share answers to your questions that inform a discussion to prepare us all for second reading. What I really hope is that at second reading, we're able to answer these questions in advance, and council as a whole can collaborate and talk through ideas that you have so that we can give y'all the information you need at second reading before it happens. And so one of the things I wanted to do is hearken back to August of last year, and I gave each of you this one pager when I met with you one-on-one. And it talks about the key things for the year. And these are things that y'all told me were key things for the year. And they include everything we've been talking about at each of our meetings starting in February at the retreat through the workshops, which are, it's all about fire. It's all about roads. It's about utilities and capital projects. And as staff, we've worked all year on developing ideas to solve those problems. And that is why that's been such a crucial part to all these conversations throughout the year. The utility fund, and this is really where I want to start the conversation. In the motion, y'all reduced the rates of the utility fund. The utility fund is an enterprise fund. The rates were developed at that level to pay for the costs for next year. We wanted to give y'all some feedback on what's included so we could have a back and forth and answer y'all's questions. And so Eric Reckett, our interim assistant manager of infrastructure, is going to share a little bit more about the utility rate increases and the impact not having those increases have on the fund.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Manager, and thank you, Council, for giving us this opportunity to further explain these recommendations. So essentially, the rates as they are now are unsustainable to fund both capital projects and ongoing O&M. Really, so we have a fund balance or a net position in this fund, and it is decreasing. That fund it's an audited unrestricted fund balance at the end of fiscal year 25 of $21.5 million. That fund is used to provide the funding for capital projects. So we're aggressively managing a number of projects currently, and now we're going into the next year where we have a number of studies that are going to help us define a new 10-year capital plan like we've discussed over this past year. This capital plan is going to address capacity, aging infrastructure, compliance issues across the board. And ultimately, without any adequate increases, we will not be able to fund projects going into fiscal year '28. We're pretty much at capacity in terms of our fund balance going through this next year in '27. So we really got to start thinking about planning for the future with that. Advance
So
the slide.
can you go back? These slides, were these, this is the first time I've seen these slides. I just want to make sure, were these sent to council before, just now?
No, we just got them done right before this meeting.
Okay. I think that's one of the issues that I think is a little bit difficult is when questions get asked, being provided information at a meeting instead of getting it ahead of the meeting. But I do want to ask you this one question. You said that there's studies that will identify the new 10-year capital plan.
Correct.
Is that, which studies are those?
So we have our system is set up in east and west, and then water and sewer. So we have an eastern sewer study, eastern water study, western sewer study, western water study, and one additional study that is specifically for Little Allison Force Main, which is the last on the western side that sends all wastewater to the city of Rock Hill. In addition to the studies regarding the system, we are also in the process of a rate study as well.
When do you expect that rate study to be done?
The rate study will be done winter of this year, late fall, winter of this year.
And we know that likely the rate study will recommend potentially 3 years of increases. So one of the things we're trying to do with this increase is get out ahead of it a little bit and make sure that those 3 years of increases aren't as high as they potentially would be if we didn't do this. Go ahead, Eric.
Okay. Additionally, like I said, the rates really don't fund our reoccurring O&M costs as well. As with anything, there's increased material and labor costs coupled with our aging infrastructure and capacity issues. Essentially, insufficient rates will decrease in services. Really not an option that we want to explore. We have, these services are the leak repairs that we are out there doing every day, addressing sanitary sewer overflows or capacity issues. And really, any decrease in service would be a decrease in preventative maintenance. And that's the last thing that we want to do with this system because we're trying to advance forward. Couple that with the 8% Rock Hill sewer increase that was also proposed. So ultimately, just looking at the numbers, a reduction up to the 3% for water and sewer from what was proposed, the 6 and 10, will equal a $2.5 million loss of revenue, resulting in both capital and O&M decreases. We'll have to find ways to decrease that out of the budget. So what we were trying to do, knowing that we're finishing these studies, knowing that we're having this rate study done, that early projections show us that it's going to result in significant rate increases to fund this future capital and future ongoing O&M, trying to start with an incremental rate change here versus large infrequent increases that occur multiple years, at a time. And that's kind of displayed in this chart right here. The important thing to look at the chart on the left is our last rate study was finished in 2017 when we implemented rates in 2018. So prior to that study, I don't remember the exact date, but I don't think we had raised rates since 2004. So we come out of that rate study with, if you look, York County had to increase rates for water at 25% and 29% for sewer. We're trying to alleviate that coming out of the next rate study. Just to alleviate that shock and start to incrementally add those increases in. If you look since then, we've mostly, for the most part, only increased based on the Rock Hill pass-through of their increased water and sewer treatment rates. Now, there's some small anomalies in there, but largely, we really only had that pass-through for a number of years, leading up until this year, where they're proposing 8% and we're doing 10 on sewer and 6 on water was our original proposal. Looking at the other two charts, I think it's important just to show the impact on the customer. The top chart is the 6% and 10%, including also the base fees increase. that you have a low, medium, high usage, average usage. So those are your impacts. The medium being a $12.07 impact monthly, so about $144 a year. And the 3% conversely is at the bottom in the bottom chart. And last, I really want to show, this is a rate comparison amongst all the other utility providers within your county. So it's mostly the municipalities. And if you, I'm sorry this is busy, but if you address the bottom of this, it shows that same low, medium, and high usage. Anything in yellow is where our rates are still less than those. With the exception of Rock Hill Inside, who they obviously treat their own water and we buy our water and sewer service from, we are, and the Clover Inside, we are less than our neighboring partners.
And just to, we printed this for you all, so it's in your folder so you can see it better. But this is important. This is what happens when you don't consistently raise rates. Others in our region have consistently raised rates. We haven't, so we're behind, and our fund balance shows it. That's going to prohibit us from making capital investments. When we look at it, it's really in 2028 that we have problems affording some of the capital investments we need to. So at that point, you're left to debt to fund this work. And I think that's where we're going towards if we don't raise rates. We're going to have to raise rates just to pay for the debt, but you know, this is a function of we no longer have the fund balance to act like a pay-as-you-go utility.
Can we, maybe what we need to do is allow each council member, instead of waiting until the end, let's talk about the rate study, and we'll let each council member ask some questions before we get in. I don't typically jump ahead, but I do want to ask a couple of questions. So basically what council's been advised is that City of Rock Hill this year has proposed 0% on their water, and they've proposed 8% increase on their water, their sewer. Is that
Yes,
correct?
ma'am. Yeah.
Okay. And what the county proposed was that 6% water rate increase. Is that right?
Yes.
And you proposed 10%, which would be 2% more than what the pass-through would be for the sewer. Is
Yes,
that right?
ma'am. Yes.
And so clearly, you know, addressing the pass-through piece has to be done. But I guess just to clarify where we are, the county requested that increase. 6% is actually the increase on water, and you're asking for a 2% increase on top of the pass-through for Rock Hill for the sewer.
Correct.
Okay. And the rate study is not going to be done until winter?
Correct.
All right.
For the next budget year, yes.
Okay. Has there been a rate study that's been done before now?
No.
Okay.
So
I also understand.
That's what led to the big increase. So the last rate study was done what year?
17.
17.
Yes.
So that was.
Right, but
that's
there
what
hasn't
it was.
been I guess I'm asking, there hadn't been a rate study that
This
y'all have
year.
done since 2017. So
Right.
our rate study is going to be done in the winter of this year.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
The other increase request was to increase the base. Basically, every water user gets charged a base rate per month, like a flat charge. And y'all
Okay.
requested to increase that to $2.47 for water and $1.47 for sewer. So that's in addition to the rate increase.
Yes.
Okay. I noticed before that you said that there was 21 million in the reserve account for that.
There
Can-
was at the end of FY '25.
Okay. What are the proposed projects for, what's the amount or number, or do you have a spreadsheet of the proposed projects for fiscal year '27?
I think real quick that, I think Eric can answer 27, but what I want to tell you is there's projects in FY '26. So you got to take the 21 million and you got to subtract the projects we're doing currently, which is going to be anywhere between 13 and $15 million. Then you have to look at the projects we're looking forward to in '27. So that's really the fundamental.
Well, I guess
problem here.
that's what I'm
It's 2
asking
years of
you.
projects that
Can
have
you,
to come out of that.
can you provide that information, the project?
Yes,
list
so
and what those are?
In fiscal year '27, the proposed projects are $13.6 million. And that-
I'm sorry?
13.6 million in
That's for-
in '27.
And it's also, what is the portion that we've got to reappropriate from that fund balance for 26, fiscal year ending 26?
So the capital projects are on page 90 of the budget document. There's a list of all the capital projects, but we can scan that for you.
But have those been completed? Are you saying those are completed and will have to be funded?
No, these are the FY '27. That was your original question.
Okay, but you just said,
There's 26, FY '26 projects.
I guess I'm asking what fiscal year 26 projects have not been completed yet?
With the exception of $2 million in '27 of that 13.6 that we're requesting in '27, those are all projects that have started in this current fiscal year that continue on and are funded in addition in the following fiscal year. Right now, it's looking at about like year end at 13 to $14 million, but without having that, we don't have that audited financial at the end until the end of this fiscal year.
Have you been able to project what you think that the base rate is going to generate?
Yes, the base rate would generate somewhere, it's $817,000
For which one?
total.
Okay.
Total remaining?
The base rate increase will generate $817,000, yes.
Okay. And you-
Between water and sewer.
And you guys, I know that there were capital projects that we started doing the quarterly report for the capital projects online. I didn't see any of the water and sewer. Do you have that? And
No,
I've
so
just
I
missed it.
told you this on the phone the other day, Madam Chair, but my goal and Eric's goal is to incorporate utility projects in the next quarter. So we should have the latest quarterly update available to council tomorrow or Wednesday. Tom's reading the draft right now. Look at that. Thanks, Tom. So he's editing the draft right now.
Is that going to include the water and sewer project?
No, it won't, but the next will. So that's something that.
So we're
I'll
not going
ask-
to, I guess, I'm just trying to figure out how do we get a list of the water and sewer projects?
It's
Or
in
where's
the
that?
budget book on page 90.
But you want the current list as well, the
Right,
fiscal year
right.
'26, and we can provide that, yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Can we also have a future list? Because I think there's a list of projects proposed for FY '28, '29, and '30. Is that not right?
Right now, because of the studies not being complete, what we have for '28 and maybe even the '29 are really just multi-year projects that have already started or will start in '27.
Do you have
So
a-
that's all we've identified. So it's an actual smaller number than what will be proposed later. But that's all we included in this because we're waiting to reprioritize after the studies.
Can you estimate what the dollar value would be?
Can I
That's in
Can I
addition
finish
to
my
what you're
question?
asking.
No, we're all going to get a chance to ask. Let me finish mine, then you can have the floor
No,
next.
I'm just adding to your question, just the future years, the expenses
Yeah.
all in.
I just want to make sure we're not doing it 3 or 4 times.
Well, that's the way conversations take place, though,
I think with the utility rate, the utility positions, when I looked through this, I'm just curious to get your feedback on, it looks like there were, how many positions? Hang on, let me find my sheet. Are we having trouble filling the utility positions? Because I noticed the vacancies, which contribute to the surplus, are in there as well. And it looked like there were at least 12, maybe 16 utility vacancies.
Yes, that is definitely something we identified, and we are working to fill those positions right now.
And that's one of the priorities of the new utilities director, and it's one of the reasons holistically why we needed a second HR position to help with hiring. We have one hiring position for this entire organization. So one of the positions y'all took out was a second hiring person, but if we don't have enough people to help hire people, then we're gonna have a lot of vacancies. And so there is a cyclical thing that happens. So we're committed to filling those vacancies. One of the first things Eric identified when he started his interim was that there were way too many vacancies in utilities, and for that reason, we didn't ask for any new frontline positions in utilities this year, because we have work to do to fill those. And once we fill those, you're gonna see a big difference in our trouble areas of the county as well, in terms of infrastructure. So we're committed to filling those. We need a little help in HR, so we can do that across all of our departments, but that's one of the first things Eric identified.
That's all I have. Thank you, Eric.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Huckabee?
Sure, I'll go right quick. So, thank you for everything you've shared thus far. So go backwards just for 1 second to make sure I'm following. So when we're talking about water and sewer, we're talking about two different increases for each. So let's talk about the base rate first. So the base rate for water, I hope I didn't erase that. Yeah, I did. So the base rate for water currently is $9.53, and we're talking about increasing it $2.47 a month. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So that's the base rate for water. The base rate for sewer, what was proposed, we're currently paying $8.53, so we're going to increase it $1.47 a month. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, you were asking for a 6% increase, and I was trying to keep up with what you were saying, but the 6% increase to finish out FY '26, not FY '25, FY '26, you still have 13.6 million left. Is that correct? Roughly? 13.456, something like that?
Yes.
Okay.
Sounds right.
All right, and then for FY '27, what do you need to complete your projects, dollar value?
That's 13.6 as well.
An additional 13.6.
An additional 13.6.
Thank you. All right, and then do you have an estimate for FY '27, or you're saying you don't really have that yet? I mean, FY '28.
No, I do not have that yet. No, sir.
Okay, let me ask it this way. Do you anticipate that we're going to have similar capital expenditures in FY '28, '29, and '30, just like we're having in '26 and '27? And if so, why?
Similar, but most likely increased.
More.
Somewhere near 15 to 20 million annually.
Okay. So then, if we reduce this from 6 to 3 this year, and I tried to write this down, but you said that's 2,600,000 and what? Did you say 600?
2,654,000.
Okay, so if we reduce, if the motion that was made would cost your department $2,654,000. It would cost you $2,654,000 in this upcoming budget. It would cost you 2.6 in FY '28's budget, and you're going to ask for more money in '28 to do the projects that we need to do. So we're going to be $5 million plus behind with cutting this from 6 to 3. Is that right? Am I thinking through this correctly?
Yeah, I think
That's a combined
compounding to some
Yeah,
degree. That's why you want to
compound.
get out ahead of it and start saving money so you can shave the peak off the costs. And that's a theme you'll see in the fire discussion and capital maintenance for that matter.
Okay. And in your capital fund, what's the most logical balance you need to maintain in that fund for emergency purposes, things you didn't even anticipate? What's a comfortable number?
I'd be comfortable with somewhere around 20 million.
20 million, okay. All right. Okay. So it's realistic to assume that for FY '26, '27, '28, we probably have north of $40 million worth of projects we need to do with water and sewer.
Yes.
Well, it's not if. I mean, if we don't have the 6%, we don't have the 10%, and we don't have the base increase of $2.47 and $1.47, then we're going to be behind the 8 ball. And what does that mean? If we're behind the 8 ball, what's not getting done for York County?
I think the big thing, and I'll speak to this first, is solving the capacity issues we're having where the growth is occurring.
Okay,
And we're not replacing aged infrastructure at the speed we want to.
Specifically, what areas of the county?
Think of where the commercial growth is occurring right now, and that's
So
where we're having.
161, 274.
That's where we're having capacity issues, where we have projects, but we're gonna have to slow those projects down if we're running out of fund balance, which is what we utilize for capital projects, until we issue debt and start utilizing debt.
Talk about our debt capacity then right quick, if you don't mind, since you mentioned that.
I'll hand that off to Eric and Tom, but I think what the important thing to do is to first, before we talk about that, is to really generate the holistic picture of the next 5 years. And so recently Moody's reached out to me and we had a conversation about what we're looking at in the future. And what they want to know is what projects we need to do in the next 5 years. So we do intend to have conversations with our bond rating agencies in the fall and into next winter after we have a rate schedule update based on the rate study, because what they want to see are those big studies completed, and then how we plan to fund them. And then they'll adjust our bond rating accordingly based on our plan and our financial situation.
So what I'm hearing you say is there's a delicate balance between revenue, capital on hand, and debt. And right now, we have a AAA rating, we have a AA+ rating. And so the better your rating, the better your borrowing power, the less interest or rate you're going to pay to borrow money. So at some point, whatever that threshold is, our lack of capital reserves, our amount borrowed, could not only affect our ratings, bond ratings in particular, but it could affect the rate that we achieve in borrowing money. Is that correct?
I think our fund balance was utilized to purchase other systems. And so what we have to do is replenish the fund balance so that we can invest in our system now. And that's really important. One opportunity is to make sure we continue the financial sustainability of the utility fund and strengthen it and get out ahead of what we're trying to tell you all is an impending situation that we don't want to be a part of, so that when we go and engage with the bond rating agencies, it's clear to them that York County Council and this organization is committed to having the money necessary to keep up with our 22,000 customers. If that's the case, we could get a bond rating increase in the utility fund. But there is a reason why our utility fund is rated lower than our organization. And that's why, as staff, and thanks to Eric's help and finance's help, we are committed to figuring this out and how to build strength in this fund, because it is an enterprise fund. It is not a fund we should be losing money in.
So and I'm gonna hurry up, replenish fund balance. How much do you feel like we need, professionally speaking, to replenish the fund balance?
I think that's
Dollar
a
value.
longer conversation as we
Okay,
build out
fair
the
enough.
rate study. Utility funds and enterprise funds are different because you're looking at net position instead of fund balance, but there still is unrestricted fund balances, we call it unrestricted net positions, in the CAFR. And that's the number you really want to look at, is what is that number? And to Eric's point, end of FY25, that number is 21.5 million.
Okay.
We want that number going up, not going down. It's about where, to Eric's point, 20 million, where it needs to be.
Okay.
When it goes below that, we've got to strengthen our cash position, because we want to be in a position where we're improving our system, not being reactive. Preventative maintenance is key, which is why you see the operating costs go up in the utility fund. Y'all have blessed us with more positions in the utility fund, and those folks need to be doing preventative maintenance. That costs money. If we go backwards and start, give that 2.6 million back, we are going to become much more of a reactive organization again, and that's not what we want.
Okay, quick question about Blue Granite. So does Blue Granite have an impact on what we're talking about tonight, this year and future years?
In this year, the acquisition of Blue Granite ultimately had an impact in where we are today.
Yep.
Yes.
So the liabilities, the infrastructure liabilities that exist, correct me if I'm wrong, that would be River Hills and I think Regent Park. Is that correct? Or is that's not Blue Granite, is it?
That's not Blue Granite,
Right.
no. Blue Granite is confined to the western side. But even outside of, River Hills is a major neighborhood
Yes.
in that system, but it also leads to capacity issues along 55, 557, a number of other areas in that whole entire Lake Wiley area.
So when we bought Blue Granite, we also accepted a significant liability, and that was in, when did we buy Blue Granite? It's before my time on council, I know that.
23.
23?
23 and 24.
Okay. But when we bought it knowing there was a significant liability there with infrastructure, correct?
Yes,
And
and
so-
we did borrow some money to address that infrastructure, but the needs exceed what was planned at that time.
Right. So your suggested future budgets for us will include the infrastructure improvements needed and almost required for the Blue Granite infrastructure in River Hills in particular, is that correct?
Yes, that is being studied in the 2 studies, actually 3 studies, on the western side.
And then additionally, over in Regent Park, where they have the same type of infrastructure issues, money's gonna need to be spent over there to correct that.
Yes.
Correct?
System-wide, there's opportunity for improvements across the board.
All right,
Yeah.
so when you mentioned the 4 million, 5 million, 6 million, I'm gonna back up to look at it, 13.6 million, did that include the repair cost for Blue Granite and Regent Park?
Yes, and very specifically, there's 2 big projects in each one of those areas. There's
Okay.
Water line replacement in River Hills and a sewer line replacement in the Regent Park area.
Okay. That's probably all I'm going to ask on water sewer for right now, but I do want to say this. So I know I sent email over on Sunday, the first one. I followed up with a follow-up email when I got in from out of town Sunday night. And then I had phone calls from staff today and last night asking me, what questions do you have about the budget? So I'm not defending them. I'm just simply saying, number one, I've said this before and I'm going to say it again because it is worth saying. Our staff is communicating better with us than I've ever been communicated with on council. Our staff is doing an enormous job keeping us informed and asking us, what questions do you have of us? So to their defense, I don't think there's any way. I got off the phone with one assistant county manager, I don't know, I got to have a meeting, it was at 3:34, no, it was at, this morning, 12 o'clock, 11 o'clock, I don't know. But I don't know how they could have gotten this out to us anyway for us to see it. But good news is, we're not voting on anything tonight, we're talking through this. We're having a conversation about this, which is what we should be having. We should be going back and forth. One person asks a question, another person, you'll think of a question to ask related to what they ask. That's how conversations take place. But anyway, appreciative of everything you put together. Are we going to have to digest this? Yes. But we have needs, and unfortunately, those needs are going to cost us. And I know somebody's going to comment on that, so I'll just hush. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Can we go back to the slide that just shows the rate increases that Rock Hills put on us over the
I
last?
asked Karen,
yeah.
Karen to print off a copy because it's
Okay.
hard to go back and
So,
forth, but,
and-
yeah. Just
so-
want everybody to have it.
I'm very familiar with the increases we've seen in water and sewer over the years. I'm very familiar with how we've shouldered not passing those costs along to our customers, our citizens. You know, you look, when you see where, for years, we saw increases by Rock Hill, we didn't do anything on water or sewer. There's no reason in this day and time we should be absorbing costs from Rock Hill and not passing those on, because we are pass-through. We at least have to cover the cost of what it's gonna cost us first. Then we have to look forward to what we're gonna have to put aside for those infrastructure improvements, for our administrative side. You wouldn't dare run a business and not pass costs along. If goods and services cost you, you're not gonna say, well, I'm just gonna absorb that and pass that pass that savings off to a customer. Especially in the enterprise fund where the user should pay for the services. The user should pay for the improvements. This is not a tax on people who are not using the service. This is not a fee on people who are not using the service. This is directly related to those who are using the services. And we took a big leap of faith in purchasing Blue Granite. We still have to shoulder the cost of capital improvements to the systems that we already had in place. There's no way we should just pull a number out of the air and say, hey, cut that rate from 6% to 3% without knowing what's behind the reason it needs to be 6%. And not knowing what a 3% rate would do on the back end. We just shouldn't do that. Maybe we should have asked a question, hey, what if we cut this to 3%? What does that look like? And let staff answer that question before we make amendments to just solely cut it and then say, oh, I didn't know that's how that worked. Because that's exactly where we're at right now, saying, oh, we didn't know that was all behind the 6%. You know, and that's one of the things that I said last week, that I support some of the amendments. This is one that I said we can't do because For years, we've absorbed those increases. And I commend this council for wanting to do it, but at the end of the day, we're letting things suffer. Things are gonna suffer down the road if we don't take the increase now, because we have to put money back aside for future needs. There's no way we run an enterprise fund at a deficit. And we hear about money coming back or extra money coming back. We have to start putting back for our projects. We have to start at least having some additional funds, because things are gonna happen to the system that we didn't plan to do. Things are gonna break, things are gonna fail that's not on schedule to be repaired. Where do we get those funds from? We can't all of a sudden in the middle of the year say, oh gosh, we're short. We can't even fix that. We can't fix it, one, because we hadn't even charged enough to cover the costs that we're being charged. So how do you come up with additional money to fix unexpected repairs? Because it's gonna happen. We have an aging system. We're trying to put things on a schedule to be prepared to do, but I think the motion to go from 6 to 3 was premature. And we shouldn't even be arguing back and, well, not arguing, we shouldn't even be really deliberating, should we be at the 6% versus the 3%? Because when you look at this schedule, and for years, we've absorbed those costs. If we forego any increase at the 6%, just like Councilman Huckabee mentioned, we're gonna cut ourselves short 2.456 this year. We're gonna be short 2.56 next year and the year after. We're gonna play catch up somewhere. And if we defer that right now, we're digging ourselves even in a further hole, because I don't wanna see a year where we have to come up and slap 25%, 15%, 29% on one. If we can't absorb 6% now, which council member up here is gonna say 29% is gonna be the right move 4 years down the road when we need 29%? It's not gonna happen. And God forbid somebody's in an election year, they're gonna be, oh no, I can't support that. Election year or not, I don't know who's on the ballot in 2018, and we did a 29%. That had to take some courage. I don't want to be in that position ever. Why can't we incrementally go up as needed to absorb the costs up front? That's the reality of it. Either we're going to provide a good quality service with good infrastructure and be prepared, or we're just going to sit back and wait and say, oh, well, we got to do it now. I don't want to be in that predicament. So when it comes to the increase at 3% or 6%, we definitely need to follow staff's recommendation of making it to at least cover the costs and put a little bit to the side. There's not a whole lot of fluff here. Even after we go through these next couple projects, we're not gonna have a lot of money just sitting. It may look, 21 sounds a lot now, but when you take out 13 million that's coming down the pipe and another 13 million and some more, that's nothing there. There's not gonna be anything there. I definitely wouldn't run my household this lean and this thin, paying for, and basically, if you ran your household like this, you'd be putting everything on credit cards. There's no way to do it. So we gotta get out 6%, and I'm not even sure 6% is enough. But if that staff's recommendation 6%, we can't come in and just pull a number out the air and say 3%. So that's all I got on this part of the presentation.
So we just passed around the page from the budget document that shows the utility capital projects.
Yeah,
So
page 9.
the 13.6 I was talking about is FY27, but you can see how, as Eric was sharing, those FY27 projects are continuations of current year projects.
So at the end of fiscal year '26, you have 6.4. Is that completed? Is none of that done?
Those are currently being worked on, to Eric's point. The projects that are listed as 6.44 million.
But was there money budgeted aside from the reserve? Because the reserve balance, the unrestricted fund balance is 21.5.
That's our point. That's why we
I guess
gotta
what I'm
start
asking you though,
replenishing.
if you take the 26 and the 27, you still have 5 million left. I guess my question is, did we not put any money in fiscal 26 to cover those projects?
I can't see what you're looking at, actually. So,
Yeah, that's part of the problem. I think that's fine. I think we get it. I don't want to belabor it. I think we've seen, this is the
Yeah.
project list,
That's
and
right.
that marries with we also got a copy of the presentation y'all are doing tonight.
But in this current year's budget, I think the answer to your question, Madam Chair, is we are utilizing appropriation from fund balance
absolutely,
for the capital
yes,
projects.
yes.
So that is our.
Right, I
plan.
understood that. All right, we'll keep going down the line. Are there any, and I agree with a lot of comments that have been made, and I think that's the purpose of doing this, but I think for purposes of workshops, I think the question is, any folks who have questions of staff, not necessarily debating, but you could say what you want. Each council member gets the floor. Mr. Litton.
Are we still talking?
Oh, we're still talking. You can't just ignore me.
No, I just want to make sure we stay. in
Right,
water, so-
we're still on water and
Oh,
sewer.
okay.
We haven't finished that yet. Any other questions or comments?
Listen, I don't have any question. I understand what they're doing, what they're trying to do, but I do want to bring up some information that hasn't been brought up for y'all. When you do these rate studies, as you saw, in 2 years, it was a 33% increase in water? And then no more increases after that. We lost a whole lot of room, and now we're back in a hole again, at least on the sewer side, after the 42% increase in 2 years. On the sewer, at least we kind of stayed with them other than a couple of years, but, in 2021, we took a 15% cut in the budget on the water. And then we went out and bought Blue Granite, which, as we found out, and as Councilman Huckabee and Councilman Roddy have discussed, is a nightmare with just the water improvements. All the sewer is busted up there. There are constant leaks. And, without getting that stuff fixed, it's fine. We can keep Band-Aiding it together like we do our roads. Everybody, I get complaints all the time about the water leaks up there. And I don't know about in the rest of y'all's districts, we have a lot of water leaks. And they cause the roads to fail, ends up costing more money. I was told today we have 36 open leaks. That's not just in Lake Wiley area, but there's 36 open. They're 3 or 4 months behind on some of the lower priority stuff. I guess the residents can just get used to seeing water running down the road, just like they're used to the potholes in the road. We can do that. It's not the recommended thing. And I guess we can also just not improve any of the infrastructure. That's one way to stop growth. If we don't have the infrastructure to get there, we can't build any new stuff, can we? So maybe there is rhyme or reason for why we're where we're at with the water and sewer, but, we're still far, but we're running running too lean. They need to be able to get that stuff fixed. Every day that the water runs in a leak is costing us money because we're buying it from somewhere. And so for every 1,000 gallons that runs out on the side of the road, we're paying Rock Hill, I don't know what we pay on, $5 per thousand, $6 per thousand? And that's what we're losing because we don't fund enough people and enough equipment to get out there and fix everything. And we aren't funding the infrastructure to get it improved. I get complaints now, for sewer stuff. I'm glad that we're keeping up with the sewer increases because that is one item that keeps going up in cost to treat the stuff, to keep people, from having to smell. You could drive down 274, we'll put the new force main in, and it smells to high heavens in many of the places from the air release valves. I don't know how people live near them. It's disgusting, but you know what? We're fixing them, maybe. Maybe not. We keep cutting stuff. I guess those people just enjoy it. Anyway, I support staff on this rate increase, and when the rate study gets done, they're probably going to come out with, we're going to need 4 or 5 years of 10 or 15% increases. I would rather start now and do incremental increases than do like they did in 2018 and go, all right, y'all need a 40% increase in your bill because we didn't want to hit y'all up with it all the previous years for 2 or 3%. That's what I have.
Any other questions? Any other questions on the water and sewer?
Yeah, so a couple quick questions. So the baseline, the base rate increase is roughly $17,000 a year total, you said?
Yes.
Okay, was there an increase to the base? I can't remember last year. Did we have an increase? to
In the
base
last rate study in 2018, or?
Yeah, so the base rate, I know we're talking about an increase of 247 and 147, which you were saying, I think it's 817,000 increase for the.
We have never done an increase in the base rate
Okay, so-
since the last rate study in 2018.
2018, so this
Yes.
is the first time we've raised that, so 817,000.
Which is why we're so far behind our peers up there.
So, and then, just so I understand the numbers right, we've got 6,400,000 estimate roughly to pay off the 2026 cost, correct, for our projects? Is that?
So, now that I have a copy of this.
Yeah.
What this is only showing are the projects that also continue on into the next fiscal year. So
Mhm.
yes, we do have a balance of 6 million going into that will be carried over into that. But that's not showing the cost of the projects in fiscal year 26 in its entirety. This is only showing the projects that are moving on. For instance, Crowder's Creek Pump Station is not on here. We finished that project this year, the tune of $8 million. But yeah, so these are just showing the projects that are a continuation into fiscal year 27, just to illustrate the total cost of that project.
And we're happy to get that full list of projects that are finishing this year too.
Okay, and the last question I have is, was there a change in the past, was there a change just recently with Rock Hill and what they're asking for increases? Or was this?
So Rock Hill has provided one letter so far, basically saying that their proposal is an 8% increase in sewer and then 0% in water. What has happened in the past, and if you look, sometimes we'll get that's subject to their council approving those rate changes. So sometimes that can and has been revised. It has been revised upwards. It has been revised downwards. But we can only go on with what we received to date.
Gotcha. And do we know when are supposedly voting on their?
I'm not familiar with that.
That letter is the official increase until we hear otherwise.
Yes.
Right, but they change it. So I guess the question is, have they finally adopted their budget? Because we've seen that letter change before.
I'm happy to call Mr. Bagley and ask him if we'll get a
Contact
second
Mr.
letter.
Bagley and find out if there
At least
any
when the
potential
vote-
change on the horizon.
Yeah, 'cause it appeared, this seems different than what I thought this was different than what he originally had shown. So I'm just curious, is there going to be something that will change on this? So I guess
Not sure.
the letter came out, but I appreciate you asking. Okay,
I have some.
that's it. That's all I got.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, so I saw, the increase on residential. I did not see an increase on corporations. What's happening with that?
So the volumetric rate, the percentage rate increases, 6, 10, 3, whatever you call it, that applies across to all, both residential, commercial, and wholesale. Those are our 3 designations.
Okay, so a corporation such as Silfab, is that wholesale or is that wholesale?
That's commercial.
Just commercial, okay. Because their 1.2 million gallons of water a day equal 4,000 homes. Just a little tidbit there. So we should be, when you come up with all your figures and everything, did you include their rate also in QTS?
Yes, their rate is incled in
The amount that they
what
would
we're
be paying.
projecting for revenue.
Projecting.
Based on their current usage. And we use past usage over the past 2-3 years, but then also thinking about anything new that might be coming on as well.
And so that is included in all these figures we're getting and everything.
Yes, any future projections. Now, not to that total amount that you just said.
Well, you should, because that's what it is.
But we don't, We can only base it on what we're currently,
Send it.
Right, so
Right.
when they get their willingness and capability letter, just to let y'all know, they ask for what their projected use is. I have yet to see an industry hit 75% of that usage. They make projections to make sure that they're getting there.
Well, they haven't been, it hadn't been a secret. They have always said 1.2 million gallons of water a day.
Everybody
Now,
says
what
that, they
about
never make it.
What about QTS?
I'm not familiar with that. QTS is
I mean,
in
I don't
operation
know.
now.
If
What
we
I can
can
share
ask-
is the email I shared today, which is an article in the Rock
Yeah.
Hill Herald. I know they're having a meeting right now.
Yeah.
I think QTS has shared some of the estimates of how much water they expect to use, and it's a closed-loop system, so it's not as much as people think. But
So how
the
much is
article
that?
speaks to, I didn't memorize the article, but I sent it to you today.
Okay.
And I would encourage, all of us to reach out to QTS and ask more specifics, but it's in the article, that's what they shared with the reporter.
Madam Chair, I would think we'd want to be careful calling out specific businesses in York County when we should be looking at everybody as a whole, in my opinion.
Point taken
I'm
for
done.
the rest of the council. I think one of the questions, though, that I think, does the county have the flexibility to distinguish rates between commercial users and residential users? Or are they required to stick to the same rate regardless of who they are and regardless of how much water they use?
Yeah, the current rate, currently there is separate rates for residential and commercial, and wholesale, those are the only three designations with three different rate structures. Now, that is, the structure of the rates is also being evaluated through the rate study. They can come back with, depending on demand and usage, they could up the rates if you're using X amount more. There's plenty of different rate structures that they'll come with recommendations for us to consider, if we
I
want to
guess the
consider that.
question I'm asking is, you're saying there's three different categories, and they're charged different rates?
Yes.
I guess my question is, y'all have proposed an across-the-board rate increase and haven't distinguished between commercial, between residential, between wholesale.
The same rate is applied, the same whatever percentage is applied to all three of those different rates.
I think what I'm asking is more of a legal question, and I'll just pose it and we can move on. Does the council, does the county have the ability to control the rate setting structure and distinguish between users, whether through the amount, through the base rate, and through the amount of water that they actually use? And I'm not asking for an answer for that right now. I'm just asking that I would like to have that before we meet. Any other questions on we still have other issues to address, but any other questions on the water and sewer?
I'm just speed up everything y'all said right quick. Costs go up.
I have one question, please. Can we go back to the slide before rate comparison? When you do the slide before rate comparison, so when you look at the slide and you look at Rock Hill increases, the Rock Hill increases is cumulatively 78%. That's an average of 6% a year over the 13-year period. York County responded with, we had 59% increases with an average of 4.53. Then you look at the next column on sewer, Rock Hill's cumulative increases were 87%. We responded with a 72% increase. But look at this. This is like the health insurance when the state went through COVID. Why did we not issue rate increases during COVID when nobody was having claims, and then we come out of COVID and we hammer us? That's not good for budgets. You look at tax year 2018, 29%
Well, because
increase.
ARPA funds were
Pardon me?
designed to address that because there were issues, people weren't working.
Yeah, but it did make a bit of sense. Anyway, it sensed our budget that year when we got hit. But anyway, my question is this. The averages on the water is 6% average over 13 years for Rock Hill. We were at 4.53. Why wouldn't we budget, say, a 6% increase? We already know 13 years running, it's a 6% average increase from the city of Rock Hill. Why would we not budget for that, for the increase, instead of zeros, and then hammer people?
Well, I think that's.
On the sewer.
I think that's not really a question.
6.69%.
That's the debate that I think council's got to make that decision at the next council.
I'm just making a comment, a logical comment. Why do we have On sewer, 3, 4, 5 years out of 13, we had no increase.
Right.
And we're talking about people's individual budgets. I mean, let's be considerate of people's budgets. Let's issue an increase every year. I think we need to relook at this and relook at an annual increase to water and sewer so people don't get hit with these significant increases in these outlier years. Doesn't make any sense to me.
I think that's what we're being asked to do in the
I
budget.
do have one follow-up question. Now, under this base charge increase, what is the percentage of that increase based on what it is now?
I'd have to do the math, but it's currently, the water is 953 and it's going to 12, and sewer is 853 and it's going to 10.
So we're looking at about a 15% increase?
Yes.
15 to 20% increase on base charges.
I just have a comment. Can staff not look to do an ordinance that says when Rock Hill increases, when our wholesaler increases our rate, that we have a minimum of a match plus a percent, 2%, 1/4%? That way we will stay ahead always of whatever that increase that's coming to us. And it kind of takes us out of the political game because it will be governed by an ordinance that says if we get a 6% increase from Rock Hill on water, our increase to our customers will be 6% plus whatever staff deems necessary for the administrative side that we have to cover outside of the rate. Because that would take it out of debate. And we'll know if we get a 3% increase, our increase is going to be 3% plus whatever administrative that's attached to it. It would eliminate this whole conversation if we had something in place like that, that rates are tied to an ordinance that's in place that's based on what our wholesalers are charging us. It'll be automatic. We wouldn't have to debate on whether we're doing 6%, 3%, absorbing the cost. We will always be by the ordinance that will cover that cost, plus whatever administrative percent, 1/4%, 0.5%. We're not looking to hammer customers to say, whatever we're passed on at 6%, now we're gonna charge 8%, a 2% increase. We just need enough to cover the pass-through, plus whatever administrative and possible additional funding to set aside that helps our system. That would make sense.
I think clearly there needs to be a pass-through at a minimum. But this, again, I'm trying real hard not to get into debate because I'm telling everybody not to debate it. I do think it's a function, what you charge folks, those is a function of your capital plan. You've got to make sure you have a capital plan in place. You got to have a list of projects. You've got to have rate studies that are consistently done. And you've got to be doing the projects that you put on your budget to do at that particular time. So, I mean, I think all of this is ripe for our discussion at second reading. If we want to move on to the next item.
Yes, so, another one of the major conversations we've had throughout the year, and this started at our strategic plan meeting when I first got here, and we've carried it through over 2 years. We've worked really hard with the addition of David Garner as our Assistant County Manager of Public Safety to develop a path forward for both fire and EMS. We worked hard with the chiefs to develop a strategic plan. Previous administrations had hired a consultant to do a study like that, and we all remember how that went. Well, I wasn't here, but I've heard how that went. Our opportunity has really been to work with the chiefs. We had a great strategic planning session where everybody was invited, and we had conversations about how we move forward. That was followed by a 10-year vision that JPS adopted and brought forward as a committee to the full council, and council adopted our 10-year vision for fire. When you have a vision, it's one thing to have it, but it's another thing to implement it. And I thank staff in our fire services department, in our budget staff, and David and his leadership for outlining how we could go about doing that. And what we're really trying to do is take a step forward. This is not the full jump. This is a step forward, and though it might not feel incremental, it is an incremental step that we're excited about because it shows progress and forward movement to be the fire system we believe we need. So with that, I'm going to hand it off to David.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. So I'll start off, and I want to root this back into our long-term vision. And one of the things that Chairwoman Cox mentioned at our last meeting was tying this back into that vision and also the steps that we take along the way to achieve that. So starting off with our long-term vision, this is where we look out way in the future of what we want to establish across the county. And that is some type of funding model that unifies our tax district. That would be a countywide rate, but we're very cognizant about maintaining that local fire department identity. The countywide level of service standards, that means that every resident in the county should be able to reasonably expect and anticipate the level of service that they're going to receive, regardless of where they live in the county. And finally, equitable funding and staffing. And that's one that we really tried to adjust in this budget. Now, some of the challenges as we seek to address that 10-year long-term vision are millage caps and referendums, obviously with the implementation of special tax districts, the employee competition and variation between departments, not just regionally, but even within the county, our facilities and conditions of those facilities, and what are their capabilities of actually housing staff, not just volunteers, but as we need to consider career staffing across the county in a strategic way. That does not mean putting staff in every single department 24 hours a day, but it does mean putting them in places where they are needed and where they need to augment the volunteer system. And then finally, our capital replacement and fund balance. I'm going to speak on that on the very final slide and give you a full capture and understanding of the significance of that fund balance statement. So in our fiscal year 27, the proposed solutions, what we're trying to address with that, obviously is the request for a millage increase, but is also that hybrid staffing model. And as we met with tax districts collectively at our training that we had in January of this year, and then also meeting with them individually, is proposing to them this model by which we can take their employees on as county employees. That helps stabilize the pay, standardize the benefits, and also it's voluntary. It's something that was offered to each of them, and it's a voluntary basis. But we did view that that was a solution that we could offer them immediately, particularly those areas that are capped on their millage. But I want to draw back in and remind that we've had squads for roughly 7 or 8 years now, and they've largely been located on the western side of the county in fire departments, and that's where their primary base has been. Largely the tax districts have been located on the eastern side, so they have been self-sufficient for the longest time. But due to those millage caps, growth in the areas, as has been mentioned, that has kind of run its course, where most of those have hit their peak capacity. So without legislation change or referendums, which take up to 2 years to actually implement, they've kind of been stuck, and some of those districts have been stuck for a long time. Again, some of the other solutions are facility and capital needs assessment, hearkening back to the challenges of what do our facilities actually need? What do they need to look like? What do they need to be able to house? And are they safe? Do they meet OSHA standards? Are they NFPA compliant, that they're in the proper areas? And hearkening back to those ISO standards and making sure that their water flow, everything that feeds into that ISO level are adequate. The funding model. This is one that is a multi-year process. As we talk about that unified funding model, we have to study it to determine what the best solution is for that. We don't necessarily have an answer in year one, but we have some ideas. We need to test those hypotheses and those ideas before we bring them to a committee or to council to say, this is the direction that we think we need to go in long term, and actually putting some amounts to that. But that is stuff that we're working on, and that's a multi-year process. Going back to our revised capital replacement strategy, so replacing the trucks when they're needed, not just replacing to replace. What is costing us the most? What spends the most time in the shop? Downtime. Additionally, what trucks are actually running the most calls? What's getting the highest usage? And making sure that we're maximizing the lifespan of each of those. I believe, as Councilman Huckabee has mentioned to me a couple times, 141 apparatus in the county. That's a lot of apparatus to maintain. So, but what is actually needed to maintain an effective framework, effective response framework? And it's not just one answer for every department. That's individual to the district and what the needs of that community are. Again, in this next year, we're discussing the stipend program, stabilizing that where it's not such a volatile. To give you an example, the stipend program is a set number in the budget. If the county runs more calls than it did the previous year, each firefighter is compensated a little bit less for that call. And the next year, if they run less calls than they did the previous year, then that number goes up. There's no stability to it. So it almost de-incentivizes, if you want to be frank about it, for the more calls that you run, that you're going to have less of a pool to pull from. And that's a concern. That's a problem. So we need to readdress that and come up with a more stable solution. And finally, one of the specific requests was the assistance with association dues. As 1% funding was reallocated across the county by the state statutory formula, some specific requests were made for assisting with state association dues. And that's one thing that we felt that we could accomplish in this budget. One of the requirements of that is a recruitment and retention program as well. You're good. Keep going. So rooting this back into our short-term plan. So we had 6 goals that we established on a countywide basis, working with our fire chiefs, working with tax districts, and also with our staff and employees internally. I'm not going to read those 6 goals, but I wanted to bring to your attention some of those strategic plan initiatives that we'll continue with this next year and we'll begin moving on. So our planning sessions, we've gotten great feedback from planning sessions that we've had either with individual chiefs or tax districts or even as a collective. I think one statement that was made at a meeting last week was, hey, we're rural, we're very volunteer, we're rural areas, we're not a tax district. Sometimes our problems are much different. We would appreciate smaller groups. So we're going to continue that. That was great feedback that we received from that. Our fire service briefs along the same line. And then our feasibility study, I've already mentioned that. We want to refine our special operations teams. We feel like there's opportunity for better alignment, even with our municipal partners, with Rock Hill, TGK, and others that may not be specifically part of the fire service, but we can work with them. They also have some capabilities in regional teams that we feel like could augment the county. Looking at our response standards, and I already mentioned the other 3. So the meat and potatoes will be on this last slide, and I'll spend most of my time here. So bringing your attention, there's a lot of information here, so I'm going to try and take it one piece at a time, but I know you're going to have questions about it as a whole. So our fund balance in 2026 is sitting currently at 45%. Now that's down from 180% in years past. One of the reasons you may ask is, number one, why did it get so high? And number 2, why did it get so low so quickly? Well, largely that's due in part to the timing of apparatus purchase. Historically, over the last at least 4, if not 6 years, apparatus have been 3 to 4 year timeline on delivery. As we came in, we noticed that timeline was very unstable, it was volatile, and it made planning for future budgets very difficult. Do you continue just to spend money in the future budgets, or do you try to seek to normalize it? So internally, we revised our strategy of how we would replace capital, and we began to start looking at what was on the ground, what could we get quickly, rather than 3 to 4 year time frame, what could we achieve within a 9 to 12 month time frame. That led us to stock units. A consequence of that is the timing of that came together where we were spending current funding that was budgeted in this year's budget, but we were also still taking delivery of trucks that were ordered back in 2022 and 2021. Those 2 coming together drew down our fund balance quite significantly. And then we move into next year, and the same thing was going to continue to happen. So the first number, the fiscal year 27, that 16% fund balance, that was with our original proposal in the budget. And I know what you're gonna ask. So after what was proposed at the second reading, and this is the $500,000, is it being higher? So obviously the question is, how does the fund balance go higher with having $500,000 less? Well, the reason was because out in the future, as we look in projecting out to 5 years, that draws so quickly from 16% down into the negative that we had to go and seek to make some drastic reductions. Some of those reductions that we pulled out of there to stabilize that, and then I'll talk about the 5-year numbers in the future, decreasing some of our radio equipment purchases, repairs to the training center. Our training center is a state-of-the-art facility, but it requires a lot of upkeep. As you burn it and actually have the training events there, there's a lot of upkeep that has to go to maintain that facility. Our equipment allocation, so in next year's budget, we were proposing trying to increase each department's equipment allocation by $5,000, so from $20,000 to $25,000. We had to work that back down because that's over, I believe, don't quote me, it's $80,000 across the county. Decreasing the uniforms, but the big one is that capital equipment and apparatus. As we continue to budget and work through that capital replacement program, That's obviously our biggest cost. Out of a total budget, that is roughly 35 to 40% of the cost in our budget every year. So working that back down so that we're not continuing just to dip into that fund balance. So I wanted to provide you with a projection, and this 5-year projection is without an increase. And when I say without an increase, you see the $500,000 built in there. This is what our fund balance would look like without any increases in the future. 45% and 33% this year, but then you can see how quickly it starts to dip below what's sustainable. And I consider personally sustainable the county's policy of 25%, and that's 25% of your operating budget. So that dips to 14% in 28, 4% in 29, and then you're actually dropping to the negative by 2030 without ever adjusting the millage. And that's continuing on trying to replace capital and knowing of the built-in increases, roughly 3.5% for personnel and things like that, built into that. So one of the specific requests as we built this were, well, what do future years look like, and trying to map that out for you. So in order to shore up that fund balance and make sure that we're not dipping to unsustainable levels, this is kind of just a projected fund millage proposal out in the future. And you can see the actual specific fund balance out beside there and then a percentage of that. But what I want to hearken to is what will that accomplish? And that goes back to our first slide of the long-term vision. These are not just one monumental step towards achieving that vision. These are incremental steps towards achieving that vision. The hybrid staffing model, increasing staff support, that's our mechanics, that's our fire marshals, that's every support service that we provide to the fire departments and to the county and citizens. Our continued apparatus replacement, direct volunteer assistance, that's the direct assistance that we provide to them, that's staffing, and that is also the stipend program that's included in there. But really, by 2030, as we get close to that 8 mills and beyond, we really need to be considering what is our next step. We need to be eyeing and hoping that 2031 is a date that we look to implement that unified tax district model. That's plenty of time to build up to it. That's plenty of time for us to look at the solutions and options that we're investigating now, have the study completed so that we can actually look at the consequence to each individual department in the county as a whole, but then be able to present those solutions individually to the Fire Advisory Committee, to the JPS, to County Council, solicits everyone's input, because that is a monumental step to get there. But we can't just continue to punt until we get to that point. We've got to take some incremental steps to maintain sustainability and the level of service without taking a step backwards. One of the things related to the hybrid staffing model, we anticipate that growing and expanding. We've met with all the tax districts, provided them with a proposal, and even in the proposal it says that this model provides a way for county supplementation. Historically, like I said at the beginning, our squads have been located on the western side. They've been in fire departments on the western side, but we know that tax districts have and are going to continue to have needs that they can't necessarily meet with their millage caps. We would like to help them and avoid referendums, which can be volatile, as we all know. We would like to actually have a stable path forward that we can present to them and say, here's how we can meet your immediate need now and continue working towards our vision in the future of unification. We'll solve it in the long run, but we got to meet the challenges in the immediate term as well. So I know I've said a lot, but I want to answer any questions or specific data that you may request.
So I think the problem that I'm having with this, and really I think that is I've attended some of the meetings, is that there's a millage increase that's proposed, but then council is learning after the fact, and we're getting calls from folks saying, clearly Flint Hill needs some help. That I think they've been discouraged from increasing or doing a referendum, because my understanding is that management has gone out and has suggested that they not do that, and that we use rural fire board money to help supplement that. I think the concern is, do we have a plan that actually shows that if you spend this money, that at least at this other point, that all of the services are going to be met? And we don't have that practical plan. Everything is still so up here, but we're raising and we're asking taxpayers to agree to a tax increase, but we don't have a practical plan that says we're going to get there. So I guess one of the concerns that I've seen is that, you know, the first time that the western side ever had a group meeting was after first reading of our budget. That's the first time they've ever met together. My understanding is that special tax district boards have never met collectively together. They've been met with individually. And I think what that has done is that has bred some rumors, that has bred some concerns about why is the first time that I'm hearing that 3 out of the 4 of the new firefighters we want to hire are going to a very specific location, and that they'll be reporting to folks when previously we were told we can't do that, that they were roaming. And now I'm hearing that there are changes to that. I think part of the concern as council is I don't feel like we have a handle, or that there has actually been input, because I'm hearing from our fire departments, as to how are we getting there. So I guess my question is really more about what is the criteria, what's the criteria that y'all are using as a county? I've seen Flint Hill's justification, but I would like to know what's the criteria that you are using to determine when a special tax district or any other district is allowed to have the personnel?
So I want to back up real quick. So we have had joint meetings. We have, joint trainings with the fire tax districts. But then getting 5 members from 7 districts together every time to meet and discuss this, it's just not feasible, and so many are left out. So that's why we've met with them individually. To that point, as we move through the budgeting process, we've worked with volunteer departments to try and get a better handle on their direct assistance and communicating with them. But we've also met with them individually here and there. So, having these large meetings all together as frequently as like a county council meeting, we miss a lot of people in the process of that. Now, we're trying to address that in the future and do better with it, but we have had those meetings, kind of what you've referenced. Going back to the criteria that you asked for, so Flint Hill's a good example.
You've had group meetings with all of the special tax district together, showing them their plan of how you're going to fund staff. Like, they already knew that you were proposing staff be dedicated to a certain fire department, and that my understanding was, the last one I heard, we have 5 vacancies in the firefighter department, and we're now changing again to do a different pilot program because all of those firefighters left.
So we're not changing anything with that. No, that's not the case.
Well, they were roaming before, weren't they?
They were. So we changed that 6 months ago.
And we talked to y'all about that at our retreat, our budget retreat, and at the workshops.
Right.
And David has brought this up.
I think the main.
I do have to just clarify that David has shared this.
I think he's answering that. I've been told that there was no group western side, and there's not been a group special tax district meeting to be able to talk through, hey, let's just be straight up. This is what we're aiming for, and this is where we're going to end up. This is who we're going to fund this year. This is who we're going to fund next year.
So you're correct. So when we first started down this path and realized that this was a viable option was in January, and we first discussed that, not formally, but we proposed that this is something that we're going to come around and talk to you about collectively at the fire tax district training that we do for all the board members in January. And that's where we kicked off and started meeting with them individually. To the point about the western side of the county, you are correct. And that's why that meeting was so pertinent. Frankly, wish I would have done it sooner. But the feedback that we got from that meeting was, hey, this was a very significant meeting for us because we have shared issues that we want to address with you. We want to make this more regular. And we said, yes, we do too. And so we're actually establishing that now moving forward. So yes, we had not done that to that point, but no, we have done that with fire tax districts. Is there a platform and need in the future to do it with those chiefs? Probably, because I imagine tax district issues are very similar, just like Western district issues are the same. But to your point, we don't want to create division and dissension among them. So we try to strike the balance with limited time from volunteers and paid staff of putting them together, making sure that we're being adequate, of meeting with them frequently enough, but not overburdening them so that we just lose all of their input. But then there's others meetings that happen throughout the month as well that have a collection of those groups.
So I guess getting back to my main question is, has the county developed a criteria that it's going to, that it is using to determine when a tax district is eligible to receive assistance from the Rural Fire Board in terms of paid staff, because I do appreciate the comments that have been made that, you know, I can't imagine a fire district that would turn away if they were offered help providing manpower assistance through the Rural Fire Board, and they were permanently stationed at a specific fire district, and they report through the chain of command so that there's no issue with chain of command there through that fire district. I can't imagine any fire department rejecting that. So I guess what I'm asking is there a criteria? Clearly Flint Hill has put together their information that says this is why we need this is where we are. I guess I'm asking the county, have y'all put together a criteria list that determines when a special tax district or any of the other districts will be eligible to receive that same benefit?
So yes, to this point, it's a needs assessment, and there's a lot of things.
Is that in writing?
It's
Is that?
Well, it's an amalgamation of a lot of data, similar to what Flint Hill has provided. But number one, and I'll use Bethel as an example, Bethel is not capped on their millage. They're sitting at 4 mills out of 10. So obviously, they have millage cap within their district that they need to work within before they were to approach the county with staff. So our first challenge with this is making sure that we help them maximize their budget for everything that it's worth within the confines of their millage cap, well, they all have one, special tax districts. So that's number one. And then number two is, you know, the same thing that what Flint Hill mentioned earlier of the call volume in the area, the hazard risk, the profile, is their staffing. And it's also not a defined answer, and this is why it's hard to write down a specific policy to gauge that, which we are working towards. But how do you measure a volunteer base? I actually heard it referenced earlier this morning that one department that's a combination department. You know, they have a roster of over 60 volunteers, but they had a structure fire sometime in the last month or so, and they put their 4 career personnel on scene and 1 volunteer was on scene. Obviously, that's not adequate. So those are the things we have to measure. There's a lot of data that we have to pull and measure. What's the proper timing? When do they need them? What does it look like as far as when is the volunteer unavailable? And we've got a lot of that data through our dashboard. So those are our metrics that we're using to evaluate what is your need, working with, and that's not something that we just decide by ourselves. That's working with the district, the chief, the officers, and the tax board, because they should be involved in knowing what that looks like as well, so that they can formalize their request to us and we evaluate it for inclusion into our budget. That's something that we're going to continue to do moving forward. And again, we're going to make that available to anyone. We have made that available to anyone. This is not exclusive and just picking and choosing who we're going to offer that to.
I think reducing the criteria for eligibility for service is critical. I think it's critical for council to be able to justify it, for council to understand the forward plan, and for the fire departments to equally be aware of at what point do you become eligible. If you're saying that it's just when you reach the max of your millage cap, I'm a little bit concerned about that, because stepping in and encouraging folks not to increase their millage cap, which maybe we aren't there yet, if at 5 years we can't get to the point where we have fire service, because Flint Hill has 24 folks, and there's many of the fire departments who don't have any that are paid. And the level, so I guess I'm getting back to my main questions, the level of service. Have y'all identified the appropriate level of service across the county yet? Have y'all?
Yeah, so what we've established so far are the benchmarks, and that's the NFPA standards. That's 10 minutes in an urban area, 13 minutes in a suburban. That's what we hope to accomplish, but that's not necessarily one size fits all. We have to take the county in chunks with that and helping them meet those. But that also doesn't capture some of the other data like second and third call outs. There's a lot of other components outside of just response times that we have to actually formalize and establish across the county. So yes, we have some of those, but we need to refine them farther so that everyone is measured against a similar ruler.
I think I think having an understanding of what is the acceptable level of service countywide is critical before you start raising. You have critical needs that happen first, but I'm saying, how does this fit into the plan of, is the level of service not meet the criteria? Is the level of service not meeting the criteria for Flint Hill? Are they not meeting that currently?
So, no.
Are there any other departments who are not meeting that?
There probably would be as we dive into it, but because we have not had that specific request from them, we haven't evaluated it to see if that's something that we should fill in.
So we haven't evaluated the other departments to see if they meet the level of service
That
need?
isn't, that's one of the things that our fire dashboard has some of that data.
See, that's,
We're
I
willing
think
to
that's
have
a
that
problem, though.
conversation if they want to have
If-
it. This is
I
an
don't think,
open-ended.
I think if the county is going to be funding these departments, I think it's incumbent upon us to determine what's the level of service and is it being met? And how do we go about addressing that need versus when somebody comes to you and asks you for that? But I think the other question I have is, do we have anything in writing that is our current equipment replacement fund?
Yes, one that was adopted, forgive me, I believe the year was 2015 or 2014. Yes, we do.
Are you
But
still using that?
we try to follow it as much as we can, but again, keep in mind, it just did next up. It did not take in any of the conditions that I mentioned earlier of the usage, the number of calls that it's running, its lifespan, the time that it spends in the shop. It's just a next up on the list. And establishing still operating in 2026 off of a list that was established in 2014. Is it current? No, not by any means.
So we don't have an equipment replacement policy?
We have one, but I'm telling you, it's outdated.
I guess I'm asking you, did we follow that these last 2 years? Because we basically spent
Yes.
a lot of money
Yes.
this last 2 years. That's what dropped the
Yes.
fund balance. Can you provide the council the criteria and the level of service document as well as the equipment replacement policy that's currently in place? Those 3 things.
So there is no policy with it. There is just that schedule. And again, that was created 12 years ago. That's what I'm saying in this next year. We have to update that and actually take into account all of those variables to revise that, because we're just replacing next up on the list, and a truck may be going to a station that it's not necessarily needed at, just because it's arbitrarily next up on the list.
And when you have a multi-year plan and a 10-year vision, things happen 1 year at a time. Not everything's decided in the first year of a 10-year plan.
Did the rural fire budget get presented? Was there any discussion at all at the rural advisory board? Did y'all talk through the budget at all?
I don't believe so.
Yeah, I do.
Can you tell me why we need $180,000 for another study? That's in the rural fire board.
Everything that I just mentioned related to the equipment replacement. That's something that we do somewhat in-house, and we have a lot of the data, but what it's not tied into is that effective response framework. What is the hazard risk profile of an area? What is the actual response? We can look at call volumes, but measuring that against the risk profile of an area, that's something that requires a much higher processing level that our GIS just is not necessarily capable of right now. And I do, so let me say, I do believe that the cost will be significantly cheaper than that.
Can you help me understand why we have so many vacancies in the fire? I mean, the council has budgeted a number of positions previously for firefighters. My understanding is that we have at least, in the vacancy list I got, we have 3 firefighters, a firefighter paramedic, suppression supervisor, senior fire prevention tech, PT training officer, that all of those are still vacant. Is that right?
No, not all of them.
Okay, which ones?
So we have
are
hired a
still-
training officer. The senior prevention tech is a reclassification in this next year.
Okay.
That would be over more of a logistics manager. But then the other 5 in the suppression side, so we have someone doing interim services for a suppression supervisor. That was a recent, so 3 of those were recent resignations within the last 2 or 3 weeks. So they haven't been vacant for a long period of time. Those were personnel that went on and moved to another department. I believe they went to Rock Hill. And 2 of those positions, the paramedics, were mid-year reclasses that we are interviewing for now. So we're seeking to fill every single one of those before the end of this budget year.
So the firefighter positions, how many are vacant now?
So 4 squads, and then 1 is a supervisor. of
So
that
there's
program.
5 vacancies right now?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a reason why we're having trouble with that?
wouldn't call it trouble, it's just recent resignations. We haven't had resignations out of the squad.
They all
program.
5 resigned at the same time?
No. Well, keep in mind, the 2 were new positions that came in that were approved this year that were reclasses. So those were 2 that we're filling right now. The other 3 were recent resignations.
The two that we approved last year, we haven't filled those, but the other 3.
We did a mid-year reclass of those.
The other 3 firefighters,
Were
they
recent
resigned at the same,
resignations.
around the same
Yes.
time. Is there any issue with that? Do you know if there was
I mean,
a reason?
They each left for other jobs.
Okay.
Any other questions, though, related to fire? I didn't know if other people had
Well,
questions.
I'm gonna do mine, and then I'm gonna let everybody, I'm
Okay.
gonna go, I have mine listed out.
Are these budget questions or these policies? I mean, these sound like HR type questions.
Some of those were.
I think my questions are related to why do we have the increase in the budget?
I mean, talking
And
about
how
why
are
we
we-
have a vacancy.
why do we need them?
Why we have a vacancy is not a budget question.
Mr. Roddy, I'm gonna open up the floor,
I
and you
mean-
can ask your questions.
No, I don't have any questions. My
Okay.
question is, are these related to the budget? We're supposed to be a
I
budget
think they're
workshop.
directly related to the budget and whether or not we have policies in place that are getting us to where we need to get.
I mean, I'm not gonna sit at 10 o'clock and go through this, not on
Okay.
things that are not related.
Okay. There's also 130,000 of overtime in the current budget. Do you anticipate needing that in addition to adding the additional?
So that is one thing that our fire service director immediately recognized was the use of overtime. So he has put measures in place to kind of restrict the use of overtime. A lot of it was for ad hoc training, so we've clawed some of that back. So that's why you're not seeing a significant amount of that overtime.
So what's
being used.
budgeted for that can be amended or no?
So, yes, but we're also trying to implement part-time staff in the next budget year because what we don't have, similar to some of the other departments that have spoken, is when we have call-outs or vacation or sick, we have no one to backfill that. So that either puts one firefighter in a station or that puts a squad down. So we would also like to have a part-time roster to backfill those positions so that we don't have to shut trucks down.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I'll go right quick. Be glad to. I'll hurry. All right, number one, I sit on the Justice and Public Safety Committee and appreciate you all keeping us aware of the progress that we're moving towards for York Fire One. When I think about the end goal in mind, which what you all have shared with us is a 10-year goal, and all due respect for the firefighters in York County, all due respect for what you all have done, 55 years of service is commendable, and the rest of you for everything you're doing, and the volunteers. I mean, we couldn't protect our county without you. It's extremely appreciative. So I don't mean to offend anybody in what I'm about to say, but I'm going to be kind of blunt, all right? So you look out 10 years, and you say, okay, where do we want to be 10 years from now, which is the conversation we're having right now. It's a one-year increment to get to 10 years. So let's look at where we are right now. If I'm not mistaken, we have 35 stations, we have 141 trucks. I don't know how many personnel we have, I didn't do that analysis. I may be off by one on both of those because we bought a truck or two since and gave one to Cherokee County. Nonetheless. So right now, 35 and 141 vehicles. I know one of my stations actually is right surrounded by Rock Hill. So it doesn't really handle the service coming east, it's handling west and somewhat north and somewhat south. So when you look at what we're trying to achieve, and we're talking about taxpayers' monies, right? And this is a hard conversation, but it is what it is. When you look at unincorporated York County, if you were to map out unincorporated York County, and you can't see this from over there, I'm sure, but I've mapped out 12 locations for future fire departments. If you were to map them out and well place them, and I'm not sure if a 5-mile radius around a fire department with a 6-minute response time at 35 miles an hour is appropriate, but that's what this does pretty much. So 12 locations. Now what I don't know is if you're going from 35 locations to 12 locations, that's efficiency. It's better response times. It's equipping each location probably better than what we have now. It's utilizing your vehicles more efficiently. I think we just spent $1 million, 1.3, 1.4 on, I don't know if it was an engine, ladder truck, I'm not sure. But anyway, these are expensive vehicles, so we might have $100+ million in inventory for the fire department, right? Because there's like 5 different categories of vehicles that they have on their property. My point is, when you look at where we are, and you look at where we need to go to accommodate the needs for future unincorporated York County, and you look at the end goal in mind, then I can appreciate your questions, but what I hear you saying, and what I've heard you saying in our committee meetings is, this is a step-by-step process to take us from where we are to ultimately where we say we might want to be, which is, I think, what council has agreed to. So 10 years from now, we're looking at one fire department, basically, with many locations, maintaining their identity in their locations, so that we can ultimately achieve the greatest efficiency and save the taxpayers as much money. But the problem is, you have to start from where you are, and you have to work your way through the process, which is going to be expensive at first, until you begin to, I would guess, identify the locations where the new fire departments are going to go, and then you figure out the details of how you migrate from where you are to where you're going. And that could be expensive, but there's some offsetting costs there too. So am I on par here with what I'm saying?
So yes, and to that point, we're, particularly in this budget, trying to find ways to meet current and immediate needs that have, in some situations, been expressed for upwards of 5 or 6 years towards taking those incremental steps to get there. So yes, it can't be one sweeping change. And to your point, though, with the facilities, that's why we do have to have someone to study that and tell us what is the appropriate response framework for each community and each department. The one correction I will make is versus a countywide department. It's a countywide fire service with individual departments concentrating and making up that, retaining their autonomy or their individuality.
Correct.
But yes, you're correct.
Okay.
I hate to ask this, but I would like, to that point, the last fire study that I remember us having, the only one, said that we didn't need new fire stations. So now we need new fire stations, or we need a study to figure out if we need new fire stations?
So in some places, yes, you do need new fire stations. In other places,
Have you identified where those are?
no, that's part of the facilities.
We need them, but you don't know where they need to be.
I have some suspicions, but I
Okay.
can't tell you with 100% confidence where exactly they should be. But some of those may be working within stations that we have. That's why you have to assess the condition of it, actually what it needs to locate and house there. It's not just one across-the-board answer.
I do. I have a little comic relief, since my guys are here. They're gonna love me for this. Okay, and Eric, you might need to be in on this conversation. Flint Hill needs a new sewer line. Do y'all know that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We need to get them proper, equipment in there. They need to be updated because they live there. So that, their bathroom needs to be updated. So that we need a new sewer line at Flint Hill. Okay?
And there's a Penny's project right there, so.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Penny's is right there, so it can tie in.
That's why water and sewer funding is so important, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of
gotta plug it.
all tying in together.
I don't know, it doesn't sound like they're gonna get it. We're cutting the rates.
We hadn't made it through the rest of the budget.
So, did you?
Oh, so I had you talking?
No, I'm waiting.
I just had, so in the event that we cut this millage down to a half, I see we've reduced some equipment. And in the event that we don't get it next year, I see that we have up to a 1.5 mil increase by 2030. If we don't get those increases, will you end up having to cut back on like the additional firefighters for Flint Hill? What changes would you make in the event to do this? Would you pull a squad from the western side, or
Yes.
what's your contingency plan, I guess is what I'm asking?
We would not pull a squad from the western side to accomplish that, no. But we would have to begin cutting level of service that we're trying to meet or exceed. Through staffing, we would have to significantly claw back on our apparatus replacement, the equipment. There's a lot of places that cut would have to be dispersed throughout.
And as part of that staffing need, you said y'all haven't done a needs assessment for every district yet, so maybe they get cut back some or just live with what they have. Is there a possibility, I guess, some of the other districts would also have to be short-staffed? Or I guess they could pick up millage, hopefully?
Well, hopefully, but again, keep in mind that we provide direct assistance to each one of them as well. And so as those costs go up, that direct assistance is a, roughly 10 to 15% of the county budget as well. So that direct assistance could conceivably take a hit as well.
Okay.
So when this budget was put together to ask for the millage increase, how many firefighters were we short? How many paid individuals were we short? Because I just heard you say we had some people that moved on, moved out,
At that time, 2,
and now we're at,
5.
would it be wise, or I'll just say it wouldn't be wise to say, hey, since we are now 5 short, we take that back out of the budget? Because I know we're going to hire, we're actively trying to hire for those positions, right?
Absolutely.
So to denote that they're unfilled doesn't really affect what we're trying to do or what we should be trying to do.
Correct.
Going forward, and saying, well, we don't have these 5 people, why are we asking for this money? We asked for this money because we know we want to fill these 5 positions. If we were cutting those positions, then you say, cut the millage because we don't need the individuals, which in turn lowers the cost to run the department. Now, I heard something about rotating who gets which personnel. Are we still using that rotating system with the squad, so to speak?
So, well, yes, but they're assigned to specific stations, but they do cover a large geographic area. So they don't, if they're in Bethesda, for example, or Smyrna, they'll respond beyond just that district as well.
I know we've had some talks over the years about, at some point, York County is going to have to go all paid service. And if we're struggling with trying to realize what we need to do with volunteers, imagine what the cost is going to be to this county when we're having pretty much a paid fire service. Because I think over the years, we've seen some of the numbers maybe shrinking. And our volunteers provide a huge cost savings to us right now. And there's going to come a time where we're not going to be able to lean solely, or we're going to have to put more paid people eventually. And this council, whoever sits up here, is going to have to make some tough decisions as to how to keep track with the millage. How do you fund these departments? Because if we lose half the volunteers, that's a huge cost. It's going to be shifted to the millage that we're going to have to pay people to do this. So I appreciate what Carl and Bill and everybody else who puts on that uniform, who gives their time and their service and their talents to help keep us able to offer these services without really impacting the property taxes the way that municipalities have to govern and manage to pay for these services. So just wanted to make that comment in appreciation for the guys who do give that time and that effort on that level. But we've had some challenges. I remember years ago, it was a big thing about making sure we get good, proper fitting turnout gear for our stations. I don't think that's been a big topic of conversation recently, because we realize we got to get the good turnout. We got to get the good equipment. Fire trucks. What's the average cost of a fire truck nowadays, built from brand new?
An engine is roughly 1.1, 1.2 million. A ladder truck is over 2 million.
So these are some big ticket items. And, in saying that we shouldn't or we don't need to have certain increases, and I asked you during the break or in between sessions or whatever about our inventory. Well, we're good on inventory, But what come up after that? Well, we have good inventory, but we have aging inventory. So at some point, we're gonna have to start turning over and replacing some of these ladder trucks, engines, you know. So we can't just continue to, you know, say not increase certain things, because ladder trucks, fire engines, they're not getting any cheaper. I mean, that's a big ticket item. So I just want to make sure, and I put a lot of stock in what you guys recommend for his budget, because a lot of times we don't know the full plan. There's no way each council member can keep up with, whether it's the fire service plan, whether it's the sports and rec funding, whether it's the public works. I'll be the first to say, we don't know every intricate detail about the plan going forward. A lot of times we get a lot of the backstories about what's being planned, and to be able to digest it, sitting up here. So it is not good for us to challenge staff on every single turn when we didn't know the every single turn a month ago, 2 months ago, 3 months ago, when these plans are being formulated, because no one sitting up here knows every intricate detail about every aspect of what we have to decide, what we have to go through. You know, some people that dive deep into fire service, they know fire service. Some people that dive deep into rec funding know rec funding. Some people that dive into what the sheriff does or public works, they know that. But nobody sitting up here knows every single detail. I didn't know we just lost several people within the last couple weeks. I'm not that deep into fire service, but I know certain things that make sense when it comes to budgeting and what we're gonna have to prepare for. That's the main job of somebody that's sitting in this seat. Not to know who got fired 2 weeks ago, not to know who resigned, you know, those are right now issues. But and the reason why I asked the question about when this budget was prepared, how many did we have on staff? How many did we lose? Because those things are gonna happen. I'm sure we lost people in public works. We see people resign, retire in the sheriff departments. Those things are fluid. Those things are fluid. But one thing that's not fluid is the personnel that we need going forward that's been budgeted for, whether that person's on staff. And we've had several examples of different departments that at the end of the year, they didn't fill those positions. That money comes back. That money goes into, some goes to reserves, some goes to general fund. Not everybody up here knows how the intricate parts of the financial part of this county works until they've had an opportunity to sit down and dive deep into it and say, oh, I didn't know that money that came back, part went into the reserves, 25%, the other part goes to general fund. It takes a while to grasp how all this stuff works and plays a part in it. And we're kidding ourselves if we come off as if we know every single thing about every single move, about every single department this county does. I've been here quite a while. I still don't know it all. I don't sit up here to profess I know it all. I don't have time to know it all. But we have full-time people, county manager, county attorney, clerks, assistant county manager, public works, procurement. Those are the professionals. Those are the boots on the grounds. I feel like we're more of a support system in the Q&A part to kind of somewhat keep those checks and balances in place. Not for them to keep us in checks and balances. I think sometimes maybe some of us overstep our bounds with telling them that they're wrong. If we tell them wrong by voting against it, but don't tell them wrong by their assessments of what they put in a budget of what we need going forward. I just totally don't think that's the proper position for these seats to do. If you don't like it, vote against it. But don't say their professional opinion of what we paid them. Good money. I've seen the salaries. They make good money to do what they're doing. And here we come up here on a Monday night or Tuesday night, and we don't like it. We're saying they're wrong. No, say that they're wrong by voting against it. But their assessment of what we need to do is what we pay them to do. And like I'll say it again, some of us were blown away by what some of our staff members make. I'm particularly one of them. But I know we got good people. We pay them good, but we should respect their professional opinion. It's not just a job that these people are doing, these department heads. These are careers. These are career-oriented people. And that's why we see so many people from York County get pulled out of our system. Not because the next employer likes them. They like what they know. They like what they do. They like what they can bring to the table. And here we are left still constantly plugging holes because talent has left us to go somewhere else. Not sure if they were looking, but they got recruited away from us. And we suffer when assistants leave, department heads leaves, attorneys leave. We got to make sure that we're staying in our lanes as council members, holding those accountable who's making these department head decisions, these budget decisions. We're here. I view my role. I can't speak for anybody else. I'm just speaking of my role when it comes to all the things that we have to decide. I'll never call a department head up and challenge them. I'll ask them, verify, justify, explain to me why we need this. If I don't like that answer, I'm a no vote when it comes to that particular part in the budget. So I just think we're losing some of the sight, some of the focus. And I know these are big responsibility positions, but sometimes we make them bigger than what they really are.
And I appreciate that, and what I would add to that, going back in this conversation, is if somebody from outside the organization reaches out to you to tell you their side of the story, I would hope you give David and I the benefit of the doubt to hear our side of the story. Because we're in it every day, and to your point, y'all pay us to do this, so I would hope you wouldn't wait till this meeting to ask us questions that you could have called the day you heard from somebody outside the organization. Any other questions related to fire before we move on?
Yeah, I've got one question. Well, a comment and then a question. So, looking at the value of this 1 mil, I think it's roughly 1.3 million, roughly.
Yes, sir.
Right. So, we've got, we've heard comments to say that, we're cutting funds. Well, first of all, we haven't cut a dime out of the funds of the fire department. We've actually given them a $650,000 increase based on this. So the question I have is that when I look at $650,000 and I look at what the ask is in general, I think a lot of this had to do with filling positions. Knowing that we currently have some open seats too that we're, funded already currently that we're looking to fill, the end goal of using $650,000 should more than accomplish that. So explain to me why we would need to increase the budget by more than $650,000.
Sure, that's a great question. So largely, the personnel are not that significant of a cost. They're a recurring cost. The more significant of the cost is the capital equipment and the replacement because they are such high dollar items. And they almost become an operational expense. Even though they're capital in one time, it's almost operational because of how large our fleet is and how often we're having to replace things. We have to schedule it every year because we have so many departments. So that's the big ticket, and that's where having to reduce that in the long run has the further down the line effects of pushing out that capital replacement plan even farther down the line because that's where the biggest amount of the budget is. So that's where the most significant impact would be. The other smaller cuts, to your point, are probably less significant. I think you're right in that, but the biggest impact would be that equipment, the capital replacement.
Okay. The other question I have, I know that we recently had, in consent, we had a request for a fire truck, and I think it was at 1.4 million. I think we put it on hold. I guess I need to understand.
So that was a mobile command post. That was not
mobile command post. Okay.
That's emergency management.
Okay.
That's totally separate of anything related to the rural fire budget.
So there's not that. So because it appeared there was a difference in what was funded as opposed to what, right?
Correct.
And where would those funds, I guess?
Well, so that's emergency management. That's not related to this. But
Okay.
to that question,
Okay.
most of that is already budgeted, and then any remainder we've scheduled in 14, 20, and 27.
Okay. Last just statement in general. I think that, you know, in general, like when we've gone through this exercise, the conversations we've had was that, you know, these fire departments would make a choice, right? Do they want to come on to, you know, the county, or do they want to continue to keep in the capacity they are? And I think that when you look at such a large endeavor, I think that it's, to me, when you look to expand a government role in changing it drastically, like we're trying to, with what's happening here, is that I think that some people get pushed to the side. I think some of these rural fire departments, again, this is just my vision here, what I'm seeing, where they want to keep independent. And I think that this is it can be a slippery slope, and I think it can create friction as we move forward with something like this. So I think that as we talk about these things, I think we got to be conscious, and I'm not saying you're not. I'm just saying that we have to understand the needs of all the fire departments and understanding really where they want to be and how they want to do business. So this is a comment.
Agreed. And to that point, that's why
Yep.
we've made an emphasis on the fact that this is not an operational takeover. This is not a command and control decision. This is strictly an administrative and continuing to support, because York County Fire Service is largely a support organization of each individual fire department. So to your point, yes, we are very mindful of that.
That's it for me. You guys have any?
Fine. Thanks, Tony. Any other questions? All right, this next section, we're going to move a little quicker. Oh, did I hear something? No? Okay. This next section, we're going to move a little quicker. So, you know, one of the motions was to reduce the millage increase for our maintenance fund, our capital maintenance fund. All right, so what I would say is, you know, okay, you know, staff is open to this conversation, and we want to work with y'all through this to figure out what that means. And so what we're wanting to show you is the long-term implication of that, but in the current year, if that's something that council wants to continue on, I think it's a potential solution. But I wanted to give some context for everybody. You know, we didn't just come up with this millage increase. What we tried to do was to get it as low as possible, but also keep the financial sustainability of the capital maintenance fund. Eric's going to give some background on that fund, but if we would have kept all the projects in that fund, we would be talking about a millage rate of 5.4. Okay? That's how many projects we have that need to be funded. But what we did as staff, because y'all pay us to do this, is we moved projects out of there that it could not actually sustain. And we're going to share some of those projects, like the historic courthouse HVAC system. But we moved out 2 large projects in the amount of $11.9 million, because this fund could not sustain those projects. Those are the type of capital maintenance projects of current buildings that we're dealing with. We also were able to up the county road funding from $2 to $4 million. Part of the way we did that was a $1.5 million transfer from the general fund. So in Councilmember Audette's motion, he asked for an additional $1.38 million transfer from the capital fund. We have that money in our capital fund balance. At the end of the fiscal year, we had about $78.8 million. That does not include the $20 million designated for the sheriff's office that they've set aside over the years to help pay for the Moss Justice Center and other future capital projects. All that to say, staff worked really hard to reduce this millage to what we put forward. There was a lot of work behind the scenes that got to this, and I don't take lightly any millage rate increase, but it truly could have been a 5.4 ask. With that, I want to start with roads. One of the follow-up questions we received from council is what's on the roads list. We've talked about the roads plan at all of our budget meetings. We talked about it last August, and we've worked on it ever since. And with that, I'm going to hand it off to our Assistant County Manager, Tom Couch.
Thank you, Mr. County Manager. Good evening, Council. This particular slide will be brief and less complex than the previous matters we've discussed so far. And County Management thought it was a good idea just to do a little bit of a refresher on the 5-year roads plan that we discussed during the budget retreat. So what I merely wanted to do is draw your attention to a couple of things. First, I want to focus on targets that were established to be reached by the end of fiscal year 2031. And one was staff-oriented, particularly by engineering and public works, and the second was council-oriented by the virtue of your strategic plan. But at the staff level, as you know, engineering did an evaluation of all the roads. They considered the ratings in their pavement condition index, and they've also considered traffic counts, which have been accumulating since your request last fall, although by the nature of in the volume of the local roads that we possess, the traffic counts aren't always going to make a significant, or they're not going to be a significant influence on the way the roads that are rated. But there may be exceptions from time to time. Certain parts of the county are going to grow, and we're going to continue to monitor traffic counts over time, as we will with the pavement condition index. So ultimately, you may recall, not only in the budget retreat, but an early workshop, I think back in the fall, Patrick Hamilton talked about condition ratings. And what we're trying to achieve, and there were three categories, they were poor, fair, and good. And baseline that we want to try to accomplish is approximately 70, because that puts you at the cusp of, say, either fair or good. And when I think at the budget retreat, I had a handout that had a schedule proposed for 5 years of road improvements. And of course, we're going to be using different types of pavement techniques. You see in this FY27 list, which by the way, is only distinguished and color-coded. If you look at the green cells, those are the roads that are proposed to be done in-house by Public Works, and the rest will be contracted if this list and the budget is approved. So I think what to focus on is that you also had a target within, by the end of the 5-year period, that you wanted to peak and sustain 15 miles of improvements per year. So in this first year, we started approximately 7.5, and that's in the table down below as far as annual funding needs to meet the targets. And again, this was previously discussed in the budget retreat. From FY27 through FY31, in order to get the 15-mile peak level and sustaining level that you want, it is going to require some compounding of funding. So if the $4 million, as county manager has explained, with the transfer from the general fund into the capital reserve fund, we will have to continue our momentum over the next, or over the following 4 years, if we're going to get to that 15-mile benchmark, which if we can do that, that will help us achieve the 70+ ratings that we want to have on all of our county roads. So whether we're doing mill and fill, or in some cases pavement preservation, whether it's crack seal or other methods which helps preserve pavement life for a few years until it's time to come back and do mill and fill or some kind of alternative resurfacing, we're going to have to keep investing over time. So we think we've developed a good financial baseline for this year, but if approved, when we go into FY28 through FY31, we're going to have to remember the compounding effect if we're going to reach these goals.
Right, and I think if y'all choose to just do a transfer from 1420 this year, that won't be a long-term solution as we try to achieve y'all's long-term goals. Potentially what we do is we adjust our county road goals to meet the funding goals that council has, and that's a future conversation we can have next year. But we're just in year one of this, and it's straining this fund. All right, so with that, real quick, Eric's going to run us through the capital reserve fund, which we are funding county roads through, to Tom's point.
So I just wanted to run through the process real quick and what this plan is. It is a living document. It was created in 2018 to fund county infrastructure projects, and that's all facilities, roads, and IT as well. The county has 48 plus facilities and managed 1.3 million square feet of facility space. So this plan was initially built out of facility condition assessments, both done in-house and through consultants. And it is continuously updated. That's what I mean by the living document. We thoroughly evaluate this thing continuously, but most importantly during the budget process. We'll sit down collaboratively between Public Works, all the way down to our maintenance folks, even the people that occupy or use those spaces, and get their input to further prioritize the projects that were identified in this plan. And then we'll update cost estimates as well and decide whether or not we're going to fund that project. If it needs to be funded in that year, can we push it out? There's a lot of thought that goes in that, and that's my whole point in basically reminding you of the process of what goes into this actual plan. So county manager kind of went over most of this as well. There were some changes in this year that led to this millage increase recommendation, and that one was increasing the county road funding, but we also did that $1.5 million transfer from general fund, as well as the two projects being removed and transferred over to the 1420. So we recognize that those projects were, they basically weren't, they didn't fit in this 1422 plan anymore, just the cost alone. And that's the historic courthouse project, as well as a Moss Justice water line replacement project. These are the water lines within the building. So those are two large projects that were removed and already put into the 1420 capital project account. But one big thing I want to point out is since we began this program in 2018, I'll be vulnerable in saying that, you know, we could have improved on project delivery, and we recognize that. So we made some reorganizational changes within the department, hired a capital projects manager. We're now moving forward with a lot of projects and getting projects out. So we built this fund balance over since 2018, but now we are now using that fund balance. That fund balance is decreasing. We're doing what the plan was designed to do. Before I get into that, I do want to point out just the taxpayer impact. You know, this increase is equal to $2.40 per $100,000 of home value. So I just wanted to put that out there and make sure you're aware of that. So this kind of points out the scenarios. What you have here in this top graph is status quo. If we did nothing going into this next year, we have the 2.9 millage. You'll see, you know, the bottom line is our ending fund balance. In 2028, we then are negative, and we continue to go negative. If you go down to the second one down, you'll see that this was our original proposed millage, which I will point out that it was 3.5, so it was a 0.6 in this current fiscal year going into 27, but there was an additional that would have had to happen to maintain that $1 million fund balance at the end of the year. It's also important to point out here that you'll notice that the ending fund balance, both status quo in 27 and the proposed, is significant. What we were doing is planning for the future. You know, if you're looking out, these projects are planned out a minimum of 3 years. And so we took a big hit in 28, so we were starting to build that fund balance for that. The final bottom graph shows what the amendment essentially was, at least for 2027. It was to decrease it or eliminate the 0.6 mil increase and then transfer from capital, which works, especially in 27. But it's important, you would have to continue doing that out the following years by those amounts shown in the yellow highlight. With that being said, these aren't the only three scenarios. It could be a combination of any of these, and we want to work with you all to develop the best, scenario going out. The transfer, and then we can continue to potential millage increase in '28. Or the last and final option, which we don't really recommend, is remove or push out projects even further. But like I said in the beginning, we've already went through that exercise. That's essentially where we land here. I'm taking any questions regarding that.
What's the total fund balance right now for 1420, 1422? Total balance now without
So
transfers out? That's
there-
all I wanted to know.
Two separate funds, and so that's what I shared earlier in the slide here. And I'll let Eric speak to 1422, but 78.8 million is what the fund balance is for 1420 at the end of FY '25. However, if you go to the budget document where we outline what we're doing this year and next year, those funds are being utilized to build capital projects like the coroner's office, like Moss Justice Center, and the animal shelter. So
The
we're
1422, 78.8 is 1420. What's 1422?
If you go back to the slide,
Oh, wrong way?
forward.
Yeah, right,
Yes, these. So the beginning fund balance in '27, which would be the end of this fiscal year, will be 6.4 million.
And for the first time on the 1420 capital fund, in your budget document, you have a solid 5-year CIP. And that CIP can be funded utilizing the reserves from 1420 and additional funds that go into 1420. So I would say this government's done a great job with our capital fund. However, the general capital maintenance fund is in worse shape. So what I don't want to see happen is we bring down the quality of the capital fund to support the general maintenance fund, and then all of a sudden we have two funds that don't have enough money for infrastructure.
Back on the previous slide, you said that there was a reduction because of the motion that was made to like 1.38. That was directly related to the facilities maintenance study that was projected, right?
No, that's different. So that
Where
was,
did that come out of?
so the 1.38 is based on y'all's motion from first reading, and that's because Councilmember Audette said to reduce the millage increase down to 0 and pay for that with a transfer from the capital fund. That's what he said in his motion. And so that 1.3 is an additional funding taking out of 1420 and moving it over to 1422, which both Eric and I have said, that's great for 1 year. We're worried about year 2, 3, 4, and 5.
But that was to pay for that facilities plan that was like 1.3 million.
1.2 million for a facility space study, but we were paying for that out of general fund balance appropriation. So y'all took that out, but that just means we could pay for something else from fund balance appropriation. And staff, we're willing to work with y'all to figure out what that is if you want to reduce the general fund more to meet your goals in your first motion. But that's where we got to have a conversation with y'all to understand what you want to do so that staff can actually give you all ideas that might help you achieve that.
So the 1.2 wasn't in the millage, it was coming out of the general fund anyway.
That's right.
So those who thought that 1.2 was going to be included in the millage increase, that was wrong.
Yeah, the
To think that-
the 1.2 was out of general fund balance, because it's a huge
Yeah.
one-time expense. So we didn't put that in operating, and I would hope you would expect your county manager not to do that. But nobody asked me.
And if we remove the 0.6, we have to transfer 1.3 out of the capital 1420 to offset not doing the 0.6.
Right, which we can do for 1 year.
It's doable.
But it doesn't help us, as you can see from the bottom chart. Our goal is to have at least $1 million in fund balance. And our former CFO, that was his goal, and we're trying to carry that on. But you can see on the annual transfer from 1420 to capital, we're in the 50,000s. So you're gonna have to up that. And the bottom chart also does not include increasing money for county roads every year. So we're gonna be stuck at 4 million
If-
for the next 5 years. And so that's really a question for council. How aggressive do you want to be on county roads in the future? We can cover the 4 million this year, but there's some hard choices in the out years that we want to just make everybody aware of.
That makes it even that much more difficult to even get to our 15 miles per year if we're snatching money out of it now.
Oh, we'll never get there.
And saying that we want to increase the mileage up to 15 and we're only at 7 point whatever now, that fund will never be able to do 15.
So with the projected expenses in 1420, which is Moss Justice Center, animal shelter, some of the other things, corner, then we're going to take road money out of it. How long is 1420? How long can it last? Can it last to 2030 with those appropriations? It doesn't sound like it.
Well, and so this really goes to one of the points I think Madam Chair made at first reading, which I think is a great conversation to have long-term with y'all. Part of the way you fund your capital plan is related to savings at the end of the year that falls into it. And so that's what's happened historically, which is why we have a healthy fund balance in our capital fund. And a lot of governments do that. You don't know how many vacancies you're gonna have, and you don't know how much revenue you're gonna have in a given year, and you have to be conservative in those estimates for a lot of different reasons. We think, you know, in theory, that about $8 million a year might fall into that capital fund. And so what we did is we projected that out in the out years to make sure that over the next 5 years, we can afford what was in 1420. If we begin pulling more out of 1420 for other things, it's like a bank account. You have multiple bank accounts, and you got one that you use for trips or something, you save a little bit every month, but you start using that for something other than trips, you're not gonna have money to go on a trip. And so we're not gonna have money to build new buildings if we move all that money to pay for county roads. And we just have to decide what we wanna be and what we wanna do.
And that's part of the facility study, correct? Is to make sure that the buildings that we're currently using still are needed to be used, or that we could abandon some, or that some are too expensive to use. I mean, I'm going back, I know we've already approved this whole thing for the historic courthouse, but do we really need to use it? I mean, we're going without it now. Maybe we could save that $6 million and just, it'll look pretty on the outside, and we can just
They don't
maintain
have
that.
air. They're not using the court.
I know, so we won't even use it. We don't use it now if we don't have air, so we could just, wherever they're using it, do it now.
Probate judge
What?
should be in that courtroom, right?
I don't even think they were using it because of the
This
HVAC.
is laughable. We got into it.
So
Okay.
we do have a slide related to
What
this.
else we got?
So,
I-
Madam Chair asked about the
Oh, there it
courthouse. Do
is.
you want to go back? Do you want to go back before we answer Madam Chair's question about the courthouse? Deb?
Did you have a question?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I want somebody to address what's going on with the animal control shelter, the new animal control shelter that we voted on. And I was under the understanding that we had farmed that out to a group that was already bumped, don't you remember?
Chair.
that?
Yeah.
What's your understanding?
Yeah, so Eric's prepared to give you all a quick update. Obviously, this
Okay.
is being worked through the Public Works Committee, but
Okay.
we're currently working with our contractor in this next step.
Right.
Eric, you want to share where we're
Okay.
at? We're excited about what's coming.
Yeah, we're under contract with both the owner rep, as well as an architect. We are in the due diligence phase, going through looking at the sites, the both current site and a proposed site, and looking at what the best options would be. At the same time, concurrently, we're working with the architect to start that preliminary conceptual design. And we've been moving forward with regular meetings, and we'll be ready to come to council within probably the next 2 months with a recommendation of, which direction we're going to be going, and then proceed into that next phase of design. But it is under contract for design as we speak.
So when do we think we'll be ready for our Public Works Committee meeting?
Probably within 2 months to come.
Okay, did I hear current location?
That's it. So we're providing options to either renovate and expand our current location or build on a greenfield site.
And one of the reasons the last estimate was so high when this was looked at previously, was it was only looked at the current location. And so in order to find an option that might be cheaper, you have to look at more than just our current site, because it's expensive to retrofit a building that's not working currently.
Yeah, I thought we pushed the current location off the table.
We're looking at any option that will achieve y'all's goal on reducing the cost of this building.
I'll say,
I'm
go ahead.
Oh, I got a quick question. This is just general around the amount of money, revenue, et cetera, when we look at these dollar figures. And this is something you can take away as a question, okay? But the question I have is, can you send out what we took in for tax revenue year-to-date, last year, or for the full budget cycle, and then what we've taken in for this year? I'd like to see the difference, because, you know, when we look at people coming into the community, it naturally raises up the amount of money that you have coming in because you have more people paying into the coffer. I just want to find out, what was the intake of taxes last year compared to what the intake is this year, or what we've received in? And again, I want to have a full cycle, you know, so I can compare it to.
You're talking total revenue?
Total revenue of taxes coming in.
Sure, yeah, we got.
Yeah, so from last year to, you know, this year, and maybe even the previous year before, I'm just curious of what is our increase as we grow as a community in the amount of revenue we have coming in for taxes. That's my end goal.
So one interesting thing, you know, 20 years ago when I was in MPA school, and there's research that backs this up, every neighborhood that's built, we lose money on. We're not, the services that we have to provide in unincorporated neighborhoods is so expensive, and where we get revenue is really commercial and businesses. And so our ability to provide services without losing money is dependent on recruiting businesses and having commercial development that has sales tax.
Okay.
So you can't just look at property tax increases, because we're losing money when a new neighborhood gets built.
Well, and I'm not just speaking of just residential, I'm talking about business in totality.
We need as many businesses as we can.
Yeah, so if
we're worried about,
yeah, I want to see how we are trending from a county, you know, for both business and resident total taxation. So,
Any other questions before moving on?
I just want to make a comment about the animal control shelter and that project and Public Works Committee. Obviously, there's a lot to be flushed out before it comes back to committee, before we even have a discussion, because if we'd have met last week, last month, nothing new has been put forth for us, the committee, to even consider, to work through. So, you know, even the location, we don't know if we're going to be on the same site, or we going to find a off-site that we have to go out and purchase to do all this stuff. So we knew this wasn't going to be a fast-track project, because we basically started over, because the proposals that we heard initially, all of us said, no, we're not spending 20+ million on this thing. It went back to the drawing board, started from zero. So would I like to see it move faster? Of course, for the people that work over there, for the animals that's housed there. But this is one of those projects that it's probably time well spent on the money that we're going to spend. So we can either rush and build something and be over budget, and I don't think that's why we go out and hire what you call the rep, owner's rep. It doesn't make sense to go out and hire owner's rep, then rush through it and overspend, overbill, or underspend.
But we did.
Yeah, I thought we had determined.
We've
that
hired
the
him,
old
but
one-
we hadn't, nothing that, since the last committee meeting, nothing has come back from that.
I'm just making a point
Oh,
here.
oh,
I'm making a point that nothing has come
Oh.
back. And so, you know, a lot of more projects have been put on the books, and we can't even get the old projects.
We have made
going.
good headway, and
It's true.
I don't think y'all should take the fact that you
That's
haven't heard anything
absolutely
that work's not being done.
So-
So we're excited about updating y'all on that.
Last year, we budgeted for 2 capital project folks in engineering, right?
Yeah.
We don't have either one of those filled. And
One
we
of-
aren't getting
one
our
of-
projects that we funded done.
One
I mean,
I'm
we have to at least own
recommending-
that. Come on, let's own it.
Yeah, and
Okay.
one I'm recommending to move out of engineering, and I'm gonna own it myself.
But we've had the two positions in order to move these projects forward, and the animal shelter has been languishing for 4 years now. And now we're talking about historical courthouse being shut down already a year, and it's not even gonna be open until December because of an HVAC replacement. I mean, we budgeting these people, and it's not getting done. We aren't getting updates on them.
So what I would say, the historical courthouse is a little bit different. So I will own the fact that there's 2 positions in engineering that haven't been filled, but it's not because we're not trying. And I'm committed to moving one of those positions to make sure that it's utilized properly. On the courthouse, this is what happens when you value engineer a project and you have a HVAC that was cheap. And then, in this situation, you've got to rip the whole place up to figure out if you have mold and other damage because the system wasn't working. And so what we're committed to do is fixing this with the right system that will last. And what you'll see in all the projects we're doing now, whether that be the emergency management building, when we replace HVAC, or planning, we're putting in the system it should have gotten originally. And we're, just like we did in this room right here, it's a new system, and we think it's gonna work, and it's worth the money, and we're gonna get our return on investment back. That's why this is such a long project. We can go in more detail at a time when it's not getting late, but we've mapped out the timeline, and it's currently under design. And this work is gonna be done, but it's complicated, and when you're adding such a big piece of equipment, you cannot rush this. This is also not an engineering department's project. Our current building projects are done by our Public Works Department, and they do an amazing job on project delivery, which Eric outlined earlier. Anything else on the historical courthouse?
No, but I want to make a quick comment before we move forward, and that is, when you're reporting these numbers, like $2.47 a month for the water and $1.47 a month for the sewer, make sure you're putting monthly or annually, because going back 4 or 5 slides, there was on the 0.6 of a mil, I think ironically, it was $2.47. But I think that was annually. So when the citizens are reading through this, if they do, they're not going to know whether it's annual or monthly, so we need to identify that, so it's very clear. We need to know that too, so we don't have to ask that question.
Yeah, and I think adding the percentage of increase on that too, Eric, would be important.
Yeah, water and sewer,
definitely do that.
but the other one I think is annual.
All right, so moving on real quick. This page, and I'm not gonna go through this, but I think it's really important that folks know. Staff put in a lot of hard work to go from 53 position requests down to 22 recommended positions. We haven't had a number that low in the past 5 years. That's the lowest number of requests in the past 5 years. We did a lot of hard work to get this list. And so one of our challenges was with that motion was, without having a conversation about the why behind these positions, they were cut. I would love the opportunity to have that conversation. If y'all choose not to have that conversation, I understand what you're trying to achieve holistically, but staff has a lot of ideas of how you could do this without cutting these new position requests to help us achieve our broader goals, but also achieve the goal you're trying to achieve, which is a 0 net tax increase. Without asking us our ideas, you're left to cut new positions that could have had a huge impact. For example, the accounting manager in the utility fund. We really need somebody who's looking at the accounting in our utilities fund. We don't have that. So what am I gonna do? I'm gonna have to figure out something to make sure we do that. Our EMS director, we're trying to lower response times in Western York County on EMS calls. We need somebody who can govern that and look at that every single day to make sure we're improving. Each of these positions are very important. What I would say, we have one person doing recruitment for our county, and we have all sorts of vacancies. We would love to have 2 people. You would see a huge turnaround. One of the reasons behind project delivery taking a long time is we have one person whose job it is to review contracts. Most counties our size have more than one. We're asking for a second person. That would create amazing turnaround time that we don't have right now. So all these positions, I would claim, create huge efficiency for our organization and a return of impact that's greater than the cost of the position. And so adding efficiencies actually saves you money long-term. And each of these positions that were taken out, I could speak to that if I had time, but I want to make sure people get home tonight.
Josh, of the 22 positions for EMS, is one of those for the EMS
Fire,
director?
Fire.
Six or fire.
So there's only one
services, right?
EMS, and this would be the first EMS position, and probably the only one we need for a long time, because it is looking at the entire system.
Okay, so of the 22 positions, I read there were 4 EMS. I read that somewhere.
No.
4 EMS?
No, the 4 were
Of the
fire. The one singular position, the EMS director.
Okay. I
That
took
was
bad
not
notes
included
then.
in that, in the
I had
county fire budget.
So 6 fire services, 6 fire services, 4 firefighters, 3 parks and rec, 2 park rangers, 3 sheriff's deputies, and 4 EMS? No? I don't know where I got that from.
And a fortress and a pear tree.
The 6 is total in fire service. I can correct that one. So it's
Okay.
not 6 and 4, it's 6 total.
Thank you. All right.
And we got that all spelled out, and then we can.
Whoops. So, Josh, so I think I'm hearing you say you're coming back with a proposal that would bring us to a net zero tax increase?
If that's what y'all want to achieve, what I share with you is, we're ready to help you figure out how to do that in a way that will limit the number of positions that are being reduced. I think, just building upon that, there is no way I can do my job without a CFO and a budget director. And that is the biggest concern I have in that motion. This will hamstring the organization. This will limit our ability to be good financial stewards. This chart up here shows our peers and who has a CFO and who has a finance director. You see people either have a CFO or a finance director, but if that motion stays, we're the only organization that has neither. And we can't do that. York County is a big county. We're doing amazing things. But if we don't have a CFO or a finance director, we're in a lot of trouble, y'all. We're in a lot of trouble. I spend a lot of time in finance now as your county manager. I'm not a CFO. I'm not a finance director. The other thing I would show is York County, if you get rid of the CFO, has 8 people in finance. Every other county on this list has a lot more. So we're not asking for a lot. We're asking for 1 position to make it 9. That's not a big ask, and you all approved it 2 months ago, mid-year. Then I would also share, our budget director did strategic planning, runs the strategic plan for the organization, implementing y'all's key priorities and goals. And to take away our budget director, who leads the strategic plan and the development of the budget and works with departments to transfer funds mid-year and figure out how to pay for things as they come up in the agenda process, I don't know how I'm going to do my job when you take away these 2 positions. So if you change anything in your motion, I would beg you to change this. Take away all the new positions you want, but taking away current positions will set us backwards 5, 6, 7 years.
Quick question to the staff, to direct it to county manager. Is it even possible, with all the things that we've approved and said this county wants to do in our strategic plan, from supporting the sheriff to the road pavings to fire service to water sewer infrastructure, is it even possible for you to bring back a budget that has 0 net increase? That's what's been asked for this staff to do. Is that even possible?
I can't answer that question, but I'll try if given the opportunity. I think for me, the opportunity and the conversation and how we might do that is what makes this place better. And then you've got to weigh. So what we've done as staff and as professionals is we've tried to figure that out. But because so much was dedicated to sheriff's pay increases, there really wasn't a way to figure it out. The Motorola contract was another mid-year change that we had to throw $3 million at. All of these things came up, and thank goodness there was a value of a mill increase, because we wouldn't have been able to afford these things. The sheriff's office would not have gotten that 10% raise and another 3.5%. But we were able to utilize that to thank our sheriff's officers and make it more competitive, and man, are they filling their vacancies. So you know what? Less money is gonna fall out of that budget because they're filling their vacancies because the pay is more competitive. It's all good news, y'all. This is all good news. It's not bad news. We're getting more people in patrol cars because we were able to use the value of the mill increase to pay sheriff's office more. But that limits us in our ability to achieve long-term things, because the first full fiscal year impact is next fiscal year. It just does. And so I think we'll struggle to achieve that goal, but I would cherish the opportunity to at least try because I haven't been given that opportunity. Any questions on personnel? All right, so this is an awkward transition, but we're going to talk aircraft real quick because y'all asked this question. And Ryan has been here, our auditor, for this entire meeting. And I apologize, Ryan, that this was near the end. Usually I do that to Mitch Miller, our Economic Development Director. But he wasn't in the slide deck, so Ryan has a couple slides because we want to answer this question. We got it last year. I didn't answer it, but this year I was like, Ryan, you're new. We're going to answer this question. With that, I'll hand it off to you, sir.
And I know I'm going last, so I'll go really quickly. I'm presenting 2 slides tonight, and everything on these slides is something that some of you have asked about. The first thing I want to show you guys is someone asked about an ordinance. 2003, York County adopted an ordinance to go from 10.5%, which is the highest allowed by law ratio, to go down to 4%. And you guys did this because you wanted to make your market competitive with your neighbors around you. As you can see in the graph beside you, green is for the 4% counties. York is a 4% county. There's 2 counties that are 6%, and there's only 5 left in the entire state that are at 10.5%. What's happening is businesses have gotten smart and realized they can park their airplanes, as it's called situs, in a lower millage county. And so, it's hard to tax those airplanes when they're doing that, but they're doing what's within the law, and this will allow by the Department of Revenue. So, go to the next slide, please. So, this next slide, we are still collecting for 2025 tax year. So I presented 2024 slides because these were the final numbers. Some of you guys asked about, hey, how many planes do we even have? So we had 178 airplanes countywide that were taxed. And as you can see throughout the color chart, only 28,000 of the $172,000 that were billed actually goes to the county. And that's the general fund, your capital, your library. So it's a very small number because our airplanes that we do have in York County, there's a misconception about the airport. You see a lot of those big jets at the airport. Well, a lot of those big jets are companies that are just flying in and out. Those are not taxed by York County. And so the ones we are left with are old 1970 models, 80 models, who have depreciated over 30, 40 years, and we're not making a lot of money off of airplanes or aircraft at the time. But the good news is, and that was off before I go back, is you can see the school district eats up a lot of that that's collected. But the good news is, because you guys have asked about the airplanes, I personally went to the airport and met with the airport director back in April. Super nice guy, he's very friendly, and he was able to work with me on a lot of things because I want to make it better for York County. We established a new partnership to, we're going to share our FAA list that we get each year from the Department of Revenue. He's also, on the flip side, going to give us his list of airplanes that he knows has been there for over 6 months, which we call the majority of the time. And that way we know we can actually go after some of those airplanes that might not be taxed on our FAA list, but we should be getting because they are sitting in York County as businesses. He also brought to my attention that square footage, they're building 3 new hangars on the facility. These are going to start in this year. The groundbreaking should all be completed by 2029. These hangars are going to be, they're going after the big commercial, like business jets, not just your average Cessnas or stuff that you see at the airport. They're going after the big ones, and they're more private jets. And this will bring a lot more revenue to us eventually, especially if we can bring these multi-million-dollar jets here. That's going to really boost our revenue in the long run. The overall goal with the airport, of course, you can see the final thing is to increase capacity, attract more aircraft, and continue to support the growth in corporate business and aviation. And again, as you can see, the planes that we have right now, the county is collecting hardly nothing out of it. At the end of the day, the school district's getting the most. The municipalities are getting some. The fire departments are hardly getting anything, special districts. But like again, the good news is with the new hangars that are being built to attract these new bigger airplanes, we should see our revenue boost in the next 3 years. And so I hope that answers all your questions about this, because these are some of the stuff particularly that y'all were asking for. If there's anything I left off, I'll be glad to ask or answer anything I possibly can.
One question, so we collect we collected $28,872 in revenue. What do we allocate to the airport? I'm putting you on the spot. How much do we invest in the airport annually, roughly?
We have that in our budget document, we can look
Yeah.
that up.
I think it was
We'll
about
find it.
560.
Yeah,
How
it went
much?
up this year.
It was about 560,000 this year.
560,000.
It's one of the higher years we've had.
It was about 300,000 or 400,000 last year.
So it
It is
seems to me
a-
we need a strategy to come up with a cost-neutral plan here, whether, I don't even know if you can charge a fee per plane that comes through. We need to figure out a way to make this neutral.
No,
It's a
I think we
losing
should just
proposition for us.
dump it. It's a bigger conversation we need to have. I think we should just dump the airport, quit giving it money, raise the increase of the taxes back to what generally everybody else is paying around here. Because as you say, you can attract a bigger jet, but they're gonna fly it out of the airport anyway on the December 31st, so what's the point in attracting them? This thing's a money sink.
Money pit. Is there a way, I know, I'm sure there's some planes up in North Carolina. How can we be competitive? I know we recruit companies to come here away from other areas. Do we have a plan that recruits jet owners to say, hey, you're right across the line in North Carolina. It's a little cheaper to store your plane here versus what North Carolina's charging you if you're in the Charlotte area?
Yes, sir. And I actually had that conversation with the airport director, and that's something that he mentioned. That's why they're building these new hangars to attract that. Easier airports, easier runways to get to and out of, easier parking. There's a lot of incentives to the Rock Hill area airport that they don't have in the Charlotte area because it's just too congested. But that is one reason they are wanting to build these hangars. They actually got there's smaller hangars being built right now as well. I don't know if you guys anybody's been out there lately, but they got a lot of projects going on out there. And they're trying their best to attract these other states, because what's happening is a lot of these business owners, again, have gotten smart, and a lot of them are through Delaware or through New Hampshire, which are not taxed. And so these LLCs are getting smart. And that's why we're trying our best to work with this airport manager, because he's trying his best to get more tax income coming in. And I'm trying my best to work with him with our FAA list and his list, because we need to be taxing everything that is actually supposed to be taxed in York County that is coming here.
What's the largest size jet hangar that we can hold?
I don't know. I know,
We
for
can get that
instance,
for you.
Okay.
yeah, I can definitely, I can talk to Steve and definitely get you.
I'm looking at getting a jet, and I want to make sure I get the right size.
Are you?
Yes,
Is
sir.
that your retirement plan? I mean, I hate to look at my residents and with their, boats finally got a little bit lower, but we got campers out there. We got heavy-duty trucks at 10.5%. But if you own an airplane, again, if you're rich, you can get out of paying stuff.
Get out of paying it.
That's not what we should be doing around here. I wouldn't want to raise taxes on anybody. I'd rather cut everybody else's taxes down to 4% and go with it, but we're not going to have that opportunity. So we do have this opportunity to make things a little more fair and get rid of this money pit.
Yes, sir. And again, I think that's the misconception. Everybody, they say, oh, he's got an airplane. Well, the airplane's a 1970 Cessna that's been depreciated for 40-something years. The taxes are like $100, $200.
But it's still worth 200,000 because I look at them on
Exactly.
Facebook Marketplace.
Yeah, exactly. So the tax base is really hard. That's why, again, they are trying their best to attract more aircraft, attract bigger companies to come in. And just looking at their plan over there, it's a really, really big job they got going on right now. If anybody's got a chance to go over there and check it out, it's really nice, and to talk to him. But again, I hope this answered the questions that you all specifically asked, because I think that covered everything that was asked of me.
Yeah, and Ryan Thomas is our auditor, y'all, and he's doing an amazing job. We're building an exceptional team, and he's brought so much to the organization. He served as both an auditor and a treasurer during his time with Cherokee County, and he brought all that experience here, and he's an amazing team player. He was a part of the budget process and helped out. He's a team player, and we had a great collaborative process because of employees like him, so we appreciate that, Ryan.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Sorry you had to stay till 9:45.
I don't mind a bit.
But it was well worth it.
I don't mind a bit. Thank you guys so much.
right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So the last thing we had, y'all had asked to talk about agency funding. I think this is where we're gonna just look to y'all to see how y'all want to work through this and what your process is going to be. But, you know, we've shared this already at a previous workshop. Y'all have had this information, and kind of looking to y'all kind of inform us how you want to work through this.
Personally, I'd like you to add $25,000 back for safe passage, and then that has us expending the same amount of money that we expended in FY 2026. And then looking forward, I think we need to take this next year and establish a criteria for how we're going to generate the revenue. If you take $155 million out of our budget, so 560 minus 155, you get 405. Take 0.25% maybe. Take that money, set it aside. Let's create a grant program where people can request money for special needs, one-time needs, not ongoing revenue. Like Pathways came in tonight. I think you mentioned $150,000 to help with this sewer issue that they weren't expecting to have. So we take the time to put a formula together on who's eligible, how they apply. We did this for H-Tax and it worked really well. And then create the funding model, which I just throw out a 1/4 point. I know we're not voting on anything tonight, but that's what I suggest. So we can actually, I mean, we got 9 entities that we're allocating money to, and we had 9 come tonight that aren't even on this list. So there are plenty of not-for-profits in our county that do significant things. Adrian Woods made a good point with Safe Passage. If we weren't here, what's it going to cost the county to provide these services? I know Christians Feed the Hungry, practically every single week, Ronald King gets a phone call from 911 asking to come get somebody and put him in a hotel. But we don't help him pay for the hotel, pay for the person's meals or transportation. He's left figuring that out. I'm not saying we need to fund him, but I am saying that we need to come up with a better strategy on how we identify who's eligible and how we allocate the money and how we generate the money.
So the question I have is on the county and city airport again. Can you explain to me again why there's a 52% increase on this?
Yeah, one thing we could do is we could send you the page from the budget book that addresses it, but in theory, this goes to supporting their capital investment. And there's a IGA/MOU with the city of Rock Hill that basically splits those needs. So every year, we find out how much we need to contribute, and the city of Rock Hill does the same. And so that goes to their capital projects. So they have a huge year of capital projects, and we can resend all that information tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
But basically, they have a huge year of investment. I know Councilmember Cloninger was there at the annual luncheon with me, and she heard about all those projects that they're doing, but there's a lot of construction. I don't think anybody else was able to make
Yeah.
it, but they outlined all those projects.
Yeah.
So we'll send that to y'all.
Yeah, please do, because again, based on what Watts is asking for, I mean, to increase that back up to, safe passage back up to 125, you know, based on what they got last year, and take it out of that budget, I would have no problem doing that, because that's to me, a much better investment.
Yeah, and I think for y'all, something to think about, and I heard Councilmember Huckabee begin to talk about this, is creating some level of a threshold for next year during the year, because when you get new requests from new agencies, how do you handle that? We don't necessarily have additional money to look to. I mean, y'all are already cutting positions that we badly need. And so what's occurring when you add new agencies on top of these is our organization is losing out on what we need because there's others that need it. And I get the need out in the community, but we shouldn't have to sacrifice what we need to accomplish some of these requests. So I think somehow thinking about what that cap is, and we can develop an even better process to help score these as they come in for y'all. And we can do all sorts of things that really help achieve our strategic plan. So is there a way to weigh these against our strategic plan in a more meaningful way? Maybe that's part of this.
I'll say this. I know going back, and I always refer back to 10, 11, 12 years ago when we had a whole laundry list of people coming that was receiving funding from this council and this government. and we started cutting back. But we can't not help fund agencies that do things that a county government should be doing. I think our money should be going to organizations that are filling the gaps to where we don't have to start up a whole new department to address these issues on the county level. Our money goes a long way when we can assist other organizations that's doing stuff to keep us out of the game, like the rec funding. We're not into the rec. It's better for us to fund municipalities to help fund the rec versus us starting a rec department to start Little League Baseball, Little League Basketball, Little League Soccer. We assist those municipalities in doing that. And so I look at that the same way of Board of Disabilities, York County Council on Aging, some of the different organizations that we do help fund. They're helping fill those gaps that if they weren't doing it, that's definitely a service that I think we would probably be looking to try to do something with it. But we can take a little bit of money to help those organizations to further achieve where we are lacking, because we couldn't go out and start up all these different groups or organizations to fill the gaps. So we're there to help. I remember it was millions of dollars that we just had a whole laundry list of people that were lining up. And the more that we give, the more people are going to want to come and get funding from us. We saw some new requests coming up tonight that we haven't seen to this date. So how do we handle new organizations coming into the fold that, yeah, they can do some good to help facilitate some needs in this community? It's always going to be tough, and I hate to pick the winners and losers of who gets the money, who doesn't, but we got to have some kind of criteria before we start the lineup again. And it would take some of the guesswork out, take some of the politics out if they meet this criteria. And Watts had a good experience with this on the H-Tax committee, where you had to apply, you had to meet certain criterias before, and you didn't get probably all that you requested. You know, there was some that, oh, they got 30%, they got 40%, 60% of what they were asking for. But I wouldn't want this council to, I mean, we do it on the small project grant funding, but that's only $20,000 a year. And Pathways is getting help from some of the council members. Habitat for Humanity comes. They've gotten some of those funds from council members. Different organizations throughout. We try to help them fill those gaps throughout the community, but we can only scratch that money so far, and we definitely can't be funding outside agencies at a high level, then turn around and cut our staff to provide services for our community. That's not the way, that's not the balanced approach to do that. You know, if we're funding and getting what we need on this end, and if there's funding left to do some other things, yeah, but I wouldn't put funding, any of this, in front of funding CFO, treasurer, EMS, some of the things that our staff has indicated that they need to be successful as a county government. How do we put the funding on this and ask staff to take less and cut personnel? I don't think that would be a good fit going forward. But all the ones that's on this list we've supported in the past. Just look curious as to why Safe Passage, after we increased them over the prior year, that they go back down and lose, what, 25,000?
Yeah, we could get you that information.
Okay.
And follow up.
Well, let me just say that I'm going to be the bad guy and point out that I don't think we should fund any of these, or most of them, until we fund our own government and our own needs first. It's great that they're doing things for the community. Don't get me wrong. I support them all. I appreciate all that they do. But we have operations that we have to do here that we are not doing, but we're going to give out money to all these organizations with no accountability, no rhyme or reason, and we're funding some of them, we're funding their operations. You know, if we're funding one-time deals, that's one thing. And just like the 140,000 that's discretionary funds, we've cut positions and studies that we need so we can have money to give to charities. That's not what we're here for. We're here to do the county business. And anybody that says they're a fiscal conservative and worried about the money should really take that to heart and should comment on it. I've gotten plenty of comments that that the county shouldn't be funding these things because we can't do our own stuff, can't fix our own roads. We got water leaks out there we can't take care of. So, you know, and again, there's plenty of other charities in this county that we could fund that could use this funding way, you know, as much or more than these can. So I'm willing to cut it all to get the county to be where it needs to be, so our staff has what they need, so we can be as efficient as we can be before we go off and start funding all these other agencies. You know, I feel the same way about the schools and all the other tax line items that are on our taxes. They're all getting their money. They're not cutting taxes. When they look at when the residents look at the tax bill, they go, oh, $200 or $200,000 in taxes. Oh, it all goes to the county, but it doesn't. But we're taking the hit. Our constituents are losing out on services so that somebody else doesn't have to reduce their services. And it's just a poor way for us to run this county.
Anyone else?
Yes, please. I think that our county is a little different than the federal and state government, so I'm reading what people are doing to compare what we're doing versus what the state and federal does. State and federal level, typically, if you're going to add an expense, you score it. That means that you reduce it somewhere else. So, yeah, you can add it, but you got to pay for it by cutting something else. We don't necessarily have that luxury here in York County. Another thing I want to mention is that we do somewhat, but we do not compared to state and federal governments, in my opinion. I do think that as county council members, we're always going to be sensitive to our constituents and our citizens here in the county, which makes it tough to issue tax increases. And there's a growing trend for this all over the United States from what I'm reading. With that said, you look at other states like Florida and other areas that have cut taxes. You can cut taxes, but you got to make it up somewhere else. You've got to pay for your growth. I mean, York County, they say 25 years from now, we're going to grow, we're going to double in size, 25 years from now. So how are you going to pay for that? Well, one thing I suggest that we take a look at is, and I don't mean no discussion tonight, but I mean for the 2028 year, we need to be thinking about the possibility of a 1-cent sales tax. You wouldn't go to referendum until 2028. You wouldn't get the money until 2036. That's a long time off. But if council's going to be adverse to increasing taxes to cover the needs of the county, then we need to look at a different strategy. And a 1-cent sales tax, getting that second penny and using it wisely, investing it in our roads, our infrastructure, economic development, and other things would be a wise thing for us to consider. That way, everybody's contributing towards your tax base. And that's what's happening around the United States. You don't want to increase property taxes, and that's one way they're doing it, is you're collecting it through a sales tax, another penny. And I think we need to consider it. It could be tremendously impactful for York County in the long run.
That's a tax increase.
It is, for everybody.
Okay, just
Everybody
making
that
sure.
comes through York County and everybody that lives here. I agree.
I say we just cut services until there's nothing. Sorry.
Well, then just let the
So-
municipalities annex us.
So I
and
think
then
in
we're done.
closing, you know, if I could, I'm trying to read the room, seems like we're ready to go. As staff, if there's anything council as a whole wants us to work on in the lead up to the second reading, you know, that would be my final question to y'all. You know, we really want council to be working all together on the budget. And so anything y'all think as a collective that we can work on in the lead up and get you information prior to the vote Monday night, you know, we're here ready to do that.
So, yeah, I've got two things. Again, come back to me with a net zero budget, no tax increase proposal that you have. Okay.
Yeah, so Just to clarify, and this is one of the things that we were, as staff, confused about the motion. My thought in trying to do that for you is to look at what it would take to afford through cuts in the general fund to offset upping the rural fire millage from 0.5 to 1. Is that what I'm hearing you say? Because
Well, I'm just talking, when I say net zero impact, I mean net zero impact. Everything load and balance across the board, and it ends up with being no tax.
related to the, but here's the clarity that we need as staff, and this is why I'm glad we're having this conversation. In relation to what we're asking for the capital millage as well as the rural fire increase?
Yes,
Those two?
yeah, everything across the board,
Okay.
all lumped together.
Okay.
And then the other thing was that.
But not water and sewer, because as we explained, water and sewer is fee-based and very different, and not something that we could really utilize in that.
And the other ask is, again, I'm interested to see what our revenue intake is from businesses and residents from a taxation perspective over the last 2 years.
We'll work on that.
Or three, or three if you can get the last. I want to see the trends. And that's business and resident taxes.
Anybody else?
Motion to adjourn.
We're good?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thanks for sticking around, y'all.